There is pink skies. Again. Let me just... Can anybody just look up and see that this radiation is affecting, you know, they're just zooming on the beaches. They're not zooming right. People flocking to the beaches and stuff. Because they're manipulating the bloody weather in England. And the shape-shifting demonic entities out there. Oh, it's just ridiculous. Yeah, it's all pink. I knew it. The protection of this earth, this planet, is falling. You know, the solar minimum is here. You've got pink bloody formation in the skies, and it's 7:30. What's the time now? 9:20. Oh, it's disgusting. I've caught some videos, you know, of the white sun, and you know, it's throughout the morning, and then the radiation outside is so strong. I wasn't out that long, and there's so much deception. These are the end times. People going to the water. I'd love to go to the bloody beach if it wasn't so toxic in the skies. I need to do again green tea to detox. We're full of nanoparticulates in our bodies. The chemical engineering in the skies is unbelievable again today. And there was one blackbird I saw. Sorry, not blackbird, magpie. Beautiful. Trouble is, where was the other one? They usually come in pairs. And I was trying to stream, but I've given up with that app. It doesn't really work properly. So, yeah, I love to be in a boat, I tell you. I love to be away from England anyway. But again, there's chaos. There's fear. There are chaos in every angle going on. And if you live in a remote island away, you know, people, there's certain research different countries, if you can get out of England, if you can hire. I mean, the skies are like this worldwide, mind you, it's not just England. I'm just having a quick look through. I saw the comets reflecting off on the sky myself. I saw pure blue sky, which is definitely not natural. It's unbelievable. And you powers that be, this is extremely demonic with the mind control subject as well. Perpetrators, you know, they're doing their bidding. These frequencies is what they go on. I'm just looking through on a white sunset, so to speak, 'cause it's pink. It's just like, this is bloody pink, and then it's going hazy pink, and then it's going to orange, right? Then I don't normally get a newspaper, and I've got a newspaper today, and I can't believe that they're like normalizing all this. So let me just go into my channel. I'll never do watch it because they'll just hack everything I own anyway. So I'm going to my channel. Control, control, control. Isn't there just always one watching? Isn't there? I had a message from someone today. She says to me that I can't remember what country she said. She just messaged me. And I just briefly remind myself, yeah, I haven't even spelt that right, have I? Anyway, she says to me that, oh, Domino's Pizzas, Company, I think it's Australia or another country, I'm not sure now. But anyway, oh, you can use your facial recognition. That's your personal facial data, personal features, your data, personal, like, biometric data. Scan your face. We could scan your face so know it's you, linked up to your bank account. Good God, it's just like the bloody movie. We'll have to watch it again at some point. I need to not be here too long because it's just I can't put it into words. It's just ridiculous. Um, so many people, you know. Oh, I just can't put it into words. I just know exactly what's going on. It's just like, wow. And I just saw not Brian, sorry. I just saw the eyes. Oh my God, the eyes in these people. Oh, their souls are possessed. And this lovely lady, she meant really well. And I happened to be in the right place, right time, just to get a few bits and get home. The sun was radiating. It's really ramped up, the 5G around here. I'm constantly drinking water, make sure I'm hydrated. And I said, look, you get yourself, here's a quid, a couple of quid, get into that shop, get me some water and get yourself some. It comes out with different types, but that flavoured water's got flavourings in it, which is some kind of artificial flavouring. So I've managed to get some other type of water, which is more pure. But anyway, and she the last time I saw her, she was extremely healthy. She has lost loads of weight. She Her eyes were so like drugged up. Her drinking as well. She confided in me a while ago now, and I said to her, I need to get your life on not on a facial camera but audio, so people know. So it is out there that this soul has experienced so much abuse, so many people do and don't realise it's not coincidence, it's by design. And these soul catchers, and that's what they are, soul, drying your soul. So these dark entities possess that soul. So she's been possessed for so long, and the guys trying to get near her and use her, and there's a bigger picture to it. And I did try to warn her a while ago, but of course she's being controlled by today she just was more concerned about just drinking and hiding that pain, years of pain, and she's in her 40s. But she says she's just been diagnosed with kidney failure, something to do with her heart. She's got 2 years to live. What a waste of life. Well, a precious soul like that, and all these years of trauma does to you, completely just like not eating, just drinking and just being used, and you could tell her whole face. It wasn't just drink, I know it's harder drugs. that was spoiling her facial skin, and her body just rigid with, full of these chemicals that she's being pushed to take because there's no choice. And I see all this, I see so much in these, not just that, but so many others I've seen, I know about. Their souls are possessed because of the perhaps childhood trauma, perhaps their decisions in life, and gone down a certain path, and next thing you know, they're being controlled by a group of people, certain people, and they just addicted to the drinks and drugs, and that's a lifestyle. So-called support agencies, especially over in this way, they might try to help them to detox and get off, but they don't realise when the bigger picture and the gang's involved and the money's involved, and if they don't do certain favours, they get into trouble. So it's a vicious circle, especially for the female side. I'm not sure too much how it is. One young man is ex-care system, and he was so badly set up and abused. I tried to help him, I warned him. And it's like I said, you have an independent support network. No, he is on his own, and he's only 18. And I said, hold on, you're only 18. And then he just said, no, I'm in my 20s, 24. That's too young to be on the streets as well and be made homeless. And a company was making sure he had a bed, but because of paperwork, bureaucracy, one public servant didn't do their job, so that other company where he was having that room paid for by the public funds, oh, they didn't pay him in time, or that company in time, and it got messed up, and he had 2 weeks notice to move out. He's back on the streets. What's wrong with society? So we have these comets in the skies in England as well, and there's other subjects. I'm just not going to screenshot that at the moment. Do you know, you've even got this guy. Let me just go into my channel. Called Nappy, right? Well, it's not his real name, of course. In America, set up by the Freemason connections, right? I've got to find where I did that. Like I get, it's demonic. This is a deep set of the mind, of the soul control, using trauma-based, control. And if you don't, I recorded my sleep last night. I know they're hacking into my brain during the night. It's a police state control system when you're consciously awake. But these demonic entities are demons. All this AI and technology, especially around here, is already going live. It's already gone live. And tomorrow is all merging the computer software systems. That's why feeling more. These are Nephian demons. These are attacks. And then on top of all that, you're going to have these false flag events. They're getting this guy prepared, right, for Project Bluebeam on top. The comets already here. The Planet X Nebrew system already here. And there's also shape shifting. You got so many, like, you got clone technologies already here, the advanced in technologies already here. There's a website, Super Soldiers, and they do social media platforms. And I was watching briefly one of the new videos, and the guy sent back from the future. He's describing a lot of things that is not already known with tech, and but yeah, he said there's a lot of star seeds being sent back here specifically for these times to lead the way for those souls. You see, if you want to join a fraternity and you want to join Masonic Lodge, then do what you want. But don't forget that when you sell your soul, there's no turning back. So when you get to a certain degree level, that's it. You have to do. You support your mates. The call, when there's a call, you support each other. It's a fraternity. Like they do in America. So when I get the fire brigade truck passing by with the headlights on, broad daylight, you know, you put on a list for what's anybody ever done? The shape-shifting evidence in demons and Nephians is back if you want to research. Book of Enoch, many other scriptures, information's out there. And I'm just an observer, and tomorrow, you public servants, just notice you turn up not what is required, the offers of goods and services, because you know these guys, these comets, you know that the UK rail strikes, public servant strikes, it's all business and commerce and finance, really. And I've heard in bloodline families years ago, well, biblical periods, really, and throughout the bloodlines to date in history. Here we are. Educateyourself.org and just research the 13 bloodlines, and then you'll find out how it's all infiltrated. So, and why do you think I'm always getting hacked? One, just watching. It's always the same. Monitoring, AI monitoring. Oh. So, obviously. Right. Get dark. Happy my computer really. Okay. Radiate me. There you go. I have to my computer. Some solstice, isn't it? When they do their rituals. Behind Project Looking Glass. Let's have a look at that subject. Let's get rid of this.
All right, so this video is about the secret government project called Looking Glass. And this is a great video for those of you out there who don't have a background with this, don't know anything about it, because I have compiled all of the whistleblowers who have mentioned this project into this one video. So you're going to get to see it all in a fire hose, and you're going to get it all at once. It's going to be exactly what you need to get caught up. We're going to look at 3 different whistleblowers, and we're going to hear parts of their testimony selected and compiled together. So you may not hear everything that these 3 guys said about Looking Glass, but you're going to get all the major information, all the important stuff, so that after this video, you're going to know exactly what the project was about, how it started, where it is, and what they use it for, and why it's important especially considering what's going on in the world right now.
Exactly.
And so you got to bear with me a little bit. I've collected these clips, but I think the audio adjustment level is not perfect on all of them. You may have to adjust your audio as some of these clips go in and out, just slightly. I think they're mostly pretty good, but just be aware of that. So we're going to start with a man named Bob Lazar. Now, Bob Lazar first became a whistleblower in 1988, where he came out on the news, actually, and said that he had been a worker at not just Area 51, but a base named S4, which was an underground base near Area 51.
I told you.
And here is a testimony of his from 1989, just 1 year later, about where he mentions Project Looking Glass. Now, he didn't have direct experience with that project, but he had seen briefing documents on it, so that's what he mentions here.
Could you briefly describe Project Looking Glass and Project Sidekick for us?
Project Sidekick was another project going on with Galileo. Galileo was the project that I was involved in. Sidekick dealt with any of the weapon potential of the craft, whether or not the craft had a weapon in it, or could it be used as a weapon, but it had something to do with some sort of particle beam configuration where the gravity generator could be used as a lens to focus a weapon of some sort, similar to the SDI device we were working on in the
So I'll get the actual channel name up.
All right, so this video is about the secret government project called Looking Glass.
Right, let's see if I can get this up. It's one of the ones. Okay. Check the spelling. H-G-A-N. That's what it's called. Don't think I'm going to find. Right, I'm going to have to. Right, let's have a look. I'm not sure if I can do this way. I'll just play this in the background instead of audio.
All right, so this video is about the secret government project called Looking Glass. And this is a great video for those of you out there who don't have a background with this, don't know anything about it, because I have compiled all of the whistleblowers who have mentioned this project into this one video. So you're going to get to see it all in a fire hose, and you're going to get all at once. It's going to be exactly what you need to get caught up. We're going to look at 3 different whistleblowers, and we're going to hear parts of their testimony selected and compiled together. So you may not hear everything that these 3 guys said about Looking Glass, but you're going to get all the major information, all the important stuff. So that after this video, you're going to know exactly what the project is about, how it started, where it is, and what they use it for, and why it's important, especially considering what's going on in the world right now. And so you got to bear with me a little bit. I've collected these clips, but I think the audio adjustment level is not perfect on all of them. You may have to adjust your audio as some of these clips go in and out, just slightly. I think they're mostly pretty good, but just be aware of that. So we're going to start with a man named Bob Lazar. Now, Bob Lazar first became a whistleblower in 1988, where he came out on the news, actually, and said that he had been a worker at not just Area 51, but a base named S4, which was an underground base near Area 51. And here is a testimony of his from 1989, just 1 year later, about where he mentions Project Looking Glass. Now, he didn't have direct experience with that project, but he had seen briefing documents on it, so that's what he mentions here.
Could you briefly describe Project Looking Glass and Project Sidekick for us?
Project Sidekick was another project going on with Galileo. Galileo was the project that I was involved in. Sidekick dealt with any of the weapon potential of the craft, whether or not the craft had a weapon in it, or could it be used as a weapon, but it had something to do with some sort of particle beam configuration where the gravity generator could be used as a lens to focus the weapon of some sort, similar to the SCI we were working on in the 80s, but with the potential of a focusing device using the gravity generator.
And Project Looking Glass?
Project Looking Glass dealt with the distortion, the fact that there's a time distortion. Essentially, looking back in time, and by that I do not mean looking back years ago to see the wagon train days. They're looking for distortions that are milliseconds in time, and what that was used for, I don't know. That was just observing the time, the time distortion, time dilation phenomena of the craft in operation.
So there you have it, Bob Lazar in 1989 giving the information that he knew about Project Looking Glass was just that it was based on time distortion. And so I'm going to now show you another clip. He doesn't give any more information, but I wanted to show you this clip. It's an interview he did with Joe Rogan, and not too many years ago. I don't know if it was in the past 2 years or something like that. But this will let you know that his story has not changed about this project in 30 years, and I think that says something about his credibility.
Yeah.
So here's that clip.
Again, the only thing I could verify was what I had my hands on. There was talk of weapon systems. There were different projects. Project like Galileo, Project Sidekick was supposed to be weapon applications of the craft. Project Looking Glass had to do with time, any effects of time in the craft. Now, I don't think we're not talking about making a time machine like in science fiction, but we're talking about small distortions, intentional distortions of time, and how that can be used, as a not as a, well, it was part of a weapon program.
How are you informed in this?
These, again, were just the small briefings that I read.
All right, so there he again reaffirms that he had access to some briefings at one point during his employment at S4, the base near Area 51, where he saw these documents about Project Looking Glass, and all he knew is that it had to do with time and time distortion, and so that at least is our first whistleblower, and he came out again in the 1980s with this information. Now we're going to go on to a different whistleblower. His name is Dan Burish, who also had experience with the project. And so here is a clip of Dan Burish introducing himself in an interview with Project Camelot, which is, you can look them up too if you get interested in this, but here you go.
I'm a microbiologist, a retired one now, but continuing somewhat the practice involved in a very unusual project called Lotus. I am a 20-year retiree from Majestic, first having been brought in 1986 under the auspices of the Committee of the Majority, and specifically working for the Majestic 12, assigned to Project Aquarius.
All right, now he's going to actually explain where the project originated from.
Okay, so this looking glass technology comes from cylinder seals.
Originally, yes.
How?
Originally, it was a series of instructions for accessing the wormhole, which naturally passes
The wormholes,
hyperspace,
portals.
which we find ourselves. And from there, they worked on the technology. They built the equipment from the instructions. After building the equipment from the instructions, they began to tweak it and find different things
Through the
out
wall
about
technology.
it. One of the things that they found is that they could actually use it as a peering portal, like a peering glass, if you will, to see different aspects of not only the future but the past.
Are these Sumerian?
I would say that they slightly predate the Sumerian time frame, but that some of the information which came down from cylinder seals that slightly predated the Sumerian time frame were then recopied in Sumerian seals as well. And those cylinder seals, oh yes, and those cylinder seals, to the best of my knowledge, have all been obtained.
From Iraq.
Some of them from Iraq, yes.
Some of them from
Some of
Egypt?
them from Egypt, some of them from other countries where they were being stored.
And
I really don't want to get my country into too many problems here.
and you've got, go ahead.
For a second, it's
All right, so he explained there that the initial plans for the Project Looking Glass came from Sumerian or Mesopotamian cylinder seals that had been found by various governments, and then equipment put together based on those plans. And now here's another clip where he's explaining a little bit about the location of the stargates or portals, as he calls them, related to Project Looking Glass and what has happened to them over the time.
Well, we had Looking Glass technology and portal, actual Stargate technology in Iraq as late as the start of 2003. And a lot of countries didn't want us to enter Iraq. We did them, didn't we?
Right. But how is it that, in other words, it sounds
Omar
like...
just handed his two over. We just told him that we were going to make him rich beyond avarice. And he was a little smarter than Saddam, that's all. And so what he did is he handed them over and says, "Oh, please come into my country." He says, look at my equipment, make sure that I'm not making any weapons of mass destruction. Meanwhile, out the back door goes the two that Saddam actually had transferred over to him.
Cylinders.
Equipment, Stargate activating technology, for them to experiment with. They were experimenting.
But if the Looking Glass technology is the same thing, is accesses a wormhole. The technology
Essentially,
accesses
it
a
does,
wormhole.
yes.
It also accesses stargates.
Well, that's essentially the same thing. I've been using the term Stargate
Stargates
technology as
occur...
a machine that accesses a wormhole by spreading out the energy, the strange matter, or whatever it is, and I'm not a physicist, that spreads it out in a compatible way to either communicate through it or passage of information. And that includes also.
But it occurs naturally. Stargates occur naturally.
All right, so just a little more information there about the Stargate technology, the Project Looking Glass technology. And I just wanted to mention, I'd forgotten earlier, but these interviews, Dan did a few interviews with Carrie Cassidy of Project Camelot over a few years. I believe this one was about 2006 is when he did this interview and came out with this information. You know, props to Carrie Cassidy. She's been devoting her life to this type of thing for a long time. So I encourage you to look her up if you want more information. One more clip from Dan Burrish. He's going to talk about some of the things they saw as they started using Project Looking Glass and using it for trying to predict future outcomes. So let's take a look at that.
The numbers that we received before the Looking Glass was shut down, disbanded, was that there would be a 19% probability with an 85% confidence that the disaster would occur. That there would be a transition from timeline 1 to timeline 2. But that then means that there's an 81% chance. And so the individuals who want to carry the negative are convinced that it's going to occur are not presenting the facts. The facts are this is the material that we have available that we know.
So what you're saying is the Illuminati, to get back to that thread,
Yes.
is basically the side that believes that the transition is going to occur from one timeline to the other.
Not only do they believe that it will occur, they want to provoke it.
But how does it benefit them?
All right, so that shows you a little bit, and I realized there that you know, there's not a lot of background for what he's saying in this little clip, but I didn't add more here because we're going to see in the next whistleblower, whose name is Bill Wood, he's going to really expound on this timeline idea and the things they saw about a catastrophic future versus a awakening or enlightenment type of a future. And so that's coming, but know that it's not going to stay where it is. You're going to learn a lot more about that in just a minute. Now, I wanted you to see that Dan Burrish actually collaborated with a few different researchers because, of course, once he came out with this information, everybody was interested in hearing about it. And as he collaborated, a few different artists put together renderings of the Looking Glass machine, if you will, based on Dan Burrish's testimony. So here is one rendering that someone did in a 3D CAD program of the Looking Glass machine. Here are some better ones that were done as well with some nice 3D CGI graphics. And these are just different views of that. And these are on the internet. You can find all these. It's just I've compiled them all here in this video for you. So there you go. And if I remember correctly, he would, you know, as he told about this thing, this produced and used an argon mist in the middle to and somehow used, I think, supercooled liquids in helixes or spinning around the center of this thing to create the time distortion, the distortions that they were able then to hook up to computers, to machines, and then calculate probabilities of future events based on inputs of decisions. And so they would set all this up and then run it through the system and see what the outcomes were going to be in an effort to predict future events. And that is kind of how that this is explained to have worked, had been explained to work. So now moving on to the third whistleblower, and these are the only whistleblowers I know of that have actually come out and are, you know, credible on this topic. But this third whistleblower's name is Bill Wood, and he again is interviewed by Project Camelot's Carrie Cassidy. She's done a great job with all these people, getting them out in the open. But first, we're going to learn just a little bit about Bill Wood, who he says he is.
He's always in the movies. these predictions and these information underground dumps. Oh, educators after all can just go and research for oneself. You'll find a lot of this information. It's been out there already, and I'm just observing this. They radiate my ears at the moment. It's very painful.
Basically, my military career was such that I was in the United States Navy from June of 1991 until June of 2001. In that time, I served in a special unit called SEAL Team 9. We were trained primarily to use us as an asset to control and handle Tomahawk missiles, cruise missiles, that were used inside the Persian Gulf region in the Middle East throughout the time frame of 1992 to 2000, to my knowledge. Right, so that's just a little background on who he is, what his military experience was. But now he's going to talk about, in this next clip, about how he was contacted by some white hat ex-military people, a secret group, classified, who needed his help with Project Looking Glass. So that's what's in this clip. Shortly after I began doing that, I was contacted by a group of people that were also doing the exact same thing, and were much more aware of who I was and what my experience in the military was on a top secret level. I was very surprised by that. But I learned very quickly that there's people out there with a huge amount of information that are fighting for the good guys.
Okay, so in essence, you were contacted by a group of what we call white hats.
White hats, I call them oath keepers. Essentially, they're the patriots that our government would classify as terrorists.
But they are ex-military by and large, and some of them are still in the military.
I would assume a large number are still in the military or the government, in the FBI, Secret Service, CIA, any alphabet agency. There's got to be a percentage of people that are seeing the day-to-day and going, this is wrong, we got to do something. One of the caveats that I do have some personal information that I did get personally involved in was some information that had to do with the Stargates and Looking Glass. And more specifically, the 2012 problem with those projects. I guess, popular opinion of what's out there right now is that the project was shut down because there was a problem when we approached 2012. I've heard it described a number of ways, but to my knowledge, the problem is that the timelines converge on that point in time. And when you know enough about the Stargate projects and the Looking Glass project to know that how string theory works and how the possibility of possibilities works, and how making one choice over here doesn't necessarily mean that the other choice couldn't exist at the same time. But once you get your brain wrapped around this subject, you find out that at the end of 2012, the easy way to put it, the choices that we make become less and less consequential to the future. And eventually we're pushed into this bottleneck of time, no matter which choice we make. And that's important to the people that had access to Looking Glass because they would use Looking Glass knowing the choices that they would make and the future would pop up. The big mistake was coming up with a possibility of future. And when we started using a computer to say, well, if we make this choice, it's 79% possible that this scenario happens, and 23% are possible, or whatever, using round numbers, that this scenario would happen. The understanding at the time was that was realistic. However, if you go down the road further and free will continues to exercise itself on this game, that 79% possibility sometimes changes very, very fast. But if you look at the situation in a point of time, it seems very realistic that that's the greatest possibility. What happened was people, very smart people, began to figure out that something big was coming up. Something that made it so all the possibilities of all the future scenarios of any choice, any possibility that was fed in and observed through the Looking Glass inherently ended up in the same future. And no decision, no possibility changed past a certain point. That's the big secret.
Okay, so is that certain 2020?
All right, so just to recap what we just saw, Bill expresses here that as he worked on this project and found out what had been done on it and started to get involved with it, he realized and saw that they had been running probabilities into the future for a while with this thing, and they kept finding that after 2012, every possibility that they fed in would always end up at the same event in the future from 2012. So as they would run these different scenarios time and time again, if they went past 2012, they would always converge in an event that everything coalesced into, and that no decision that was made prior to that point was going to change anything about that point in time. Now, he doesn't mention what point in time that is. I have thoughts on that I'm going to share at the end of this video, but just to kind of recap what he said there. And then next he's going to talk about how this singularity, this convergence of history that was coming up in the future from when they were using the device, and he's talking in about, I think this interview is in about 2009, and he had been working on the project, I think in the very late 90s is when he said earlier in this video that I didn't show that he had been working on the project. So let's listen to what he says about how the elites felt. The elites in the world got wind of what was going on and how they felt about it. It well coincides with December 21st, 2012.
So at that point, all possibilities lead to the same
timeline. All possible timelines lead to the same basic set of history in the future.
And what is that history? Did you know that, or did you find that out?
That is the big question. That is the big secret. That is what sends everybody that has all of the information, that knows everything, into a blind panic. The people that know everything about Looking Glass, that have gotten all the reports and all the information, the elites of the world, probably figured out that that was the end of the game. And nothing could be manipulated beyond that point. So I'm just going to let it continue here. He continues talking about the contracting timelines and what that means. So I may play through a few clips here in a row.
They cannot go beyond a certain point.
At a certain point, after they're done hearing the computer tell them this is what's going to happen over and over and over and over again, all they become focused on is how do we fix it?
Why? What is the this that's going to happen?
The inevitable contraction of the timelines.
But what does that mean for this reality? Do you know that?
I don't know that. What I do know is that I was called in and asked to solve this problem, this timeline contraction problem. And I eventually did my due diligence and did all the investigating and basically only had one piece of information, and that was reinforcement. The computer's right. The timelines will contract down to some inevitable thing that you guys won't tell me about, so I can't help you. There is an inevitable event. It's been forecast, it's been predicted, it's been fed to us in a slop trough of what they want us to believe will happen.
But they don't.
However, they don't actually have control over what happens. They only have control over the reaction, and it seems that no matter what they try to do to cause their desired reaction, it's going to have an opposite effect.
Yeah.
Now, it's much, much easier for me to explain today what that process is as opposed to back then. But if I had to give it a name, I would say it's the awakening process.
That's it.
It's an
Spiritual
evolution of
awakening.
consciousness that cannot, will not, and no matter what decisions or possibilities are injected into the equation, eventually it all resolves down to us all learning the truth.
That's
and
right.
becoming aware of this massive dam of lies that has been built
That's right.
that keep us from knowing massive volume of information.
Now I want you to think about this for a minute, because what he said is key, and when I come full circle on this thing at the end of this video, I'm going to talk about it more, but just note that he said that this event that all of history is culminating towards, he even calls it an awakening. And if you are familiar with or have followed at all the Q phenomenon, the QAnon posts on, first 4chan, then now 8chan, then you may be aware of this term, the Great Awakening, which I myself and many others contend is occurring right now, is in progress, and is going to get just huge as this year progresses and as time progresses. But that's what he's talking about. It's and he even said it, he talks about it in a couple ways. He talks in one way as if it's an enlightenment, like a consciousness raising, but he also says that it's just a revealing of the truth, right? It's understanding that there's been a dam of lies built up over the centuries, and this awakening is people coming to the knowledge of the truth, and that nothing can stop it. And that is what the elites saw when they looked in the Project Looking Glass and used the machine to run their probabilities. They saw this and were so afraid they couldn't even believe it. So they couldn't deal with it. So this is what scares them, and this is why they have been using this project again and again to try to see if there's some way to change that probability, but they couldn't do it. It's not going to change. And Bill is going to explain even more of that as we continue here.
That they would lose control.
Because that information was a monumental concern when I was in the military about how to prevent this inevitability. Now, at first I thought it was end of the world.
That's why they're using
Now
AI
I see
and all this technology.
End of their world.
It's got to be civil unrest first.
Yeah, note that he said that that the elites felt like it's the end of the world, but it's really the end of the charade that they've been playing on the people of Earth for centuries. And it's the revealing of truth that has been hidden for my whole lifetime, probably for many lifetimes. So that is what they are seeing through the project. Now, this part that I'm about to play for you is probably one of the most significant ones for me as a Christian to hear, because he talks about, I'll play it, but he gets into some kind of almost eschatological type of discussion without even mentioning God, but you'll see what he says here.
Any attempts to try to go away from this one inevitable conclusion, I again see as a new beginning, an end of this reality, the beginning of something that we can't even possibly understand based on the level of our beliefs currently. But when all that information comes flooding out, there's going to be no denying what's true and what's a lie or what's illusion. We won't have the choice to believe that 9/11 happened because of a bunch of terrorists, because we'll know exactly what's happened. Basically, what we're experiencing right now is two master chess players sitting at the board. And one of them looks down at the board and sees that he's in checkmate in 7 moves. And he looks across at his opponent, and he knows that his opponent sees it too. So there's no getting out of it. So at this point, the loser can only prolong the game. The game, both players know the game is over. It's only a matter of time before he does this, and then you're forced to do this, and then he's forced to do this, and eventually checkmate. We, as a race, if we could understand that the game is over, that based on the rules of the game, the bad guys have already lost, the good guys have already won. Yes, there's moves left on the table, but those moves are being forced by the player that is going to win. The only way that checkmate can't happen is if the player that's winning makes a mistake. But from all the information that I've gathered, all of the information that's been given, all of the information that's been vetted to me, it seems pretty obvious that the good guy player on the side of the chessboard knows exactly what has to be done to win the game. And so at this point, any mistake would be all but impossible.
All right, now just, to recap that, but to just make a statement and say, man, that to me sounds just like God and Satan.
Yeah.
And this is the final chess game, according to what he's saying. And they are playing it out, but like he says, the bad guy, Satan, doesn't have any moves he can make that will change the outcome.
Exactly.
And that's what this Project Looking Glass is all about, is the elites using it to find out about that outcome, and they're freaking out. And they shut down the project because they couldn't see anything past that timeline convergence that God is masterminding. God is bringing all things to a logical conclusion, to his will. And so truth will be revealed by his power. And these two chess players are battling it out, but there's no move that's going to change the end of the game. And the good guy, as he says, God will win.
I was entrusted in getting it down to two possibilities. And I've heard both of those possibilities talked about in massive proportions, the good and the bad.
Okay, do you want to so can you, in one sentence, say what the good was and the bad was, or are you able to do that?
To most easily put it to people,
I suppose.
one scenario is what most people would understand to be ascension, or an evolution of consciousness that brings us out of the cocoon and turns us into a butterfly. Timeline 2 is some kind of major global catastrophe that drives most of us underground and leaves a few of us on top to fend for ourselves.
And I just want to interject here too that the elites for years have been planning for this contingency, this disaster. And you know this by the fact that they've been building underground bases, and the rich of the world have been building underground shelter homes. And if you do some research online, you will find this out, that they've been doing it for years because the elites, the money holders, the power controllers of the world, they have had access to this technology because of their power and influence. And they, seeing this disaster on the horizon, or the possibility of it, they have essentially freaked out and started building underground to shelter themselves from this disaster. This is part of what the underground of the Denver airport is. It is a shelter for the elite of the world in case of a global disaster, a place where they can hide and stay safe while the rest are left to fend for themselves. And that's just how evil those people are. Let's continue on with the next clip here, the last clip of Bill Wood.
Can you explain why they have been hedging their bets to such a degree on the negative?
It's very simple. They're insane.
Yeah, talk
And
about.
beyond insane, they have literally deluded themselves into believing that they can somehow manage to get away with what they're trying to get away with. There is a distinct lack of reality in that thinking.
And that's exactly what the elites of the world are, is deluded. And so that is the conclusion of Bill Wood's testimonies. Now you've seen now the 3 whistleblowers that I'm aware of that have actually come out with Project Looking Glass information. And now you know more about Project Looking Glass than 99.999% of people on this planet. But I'm going to show you something else, because the elite, the majority of the elite are Satanists.
Yes, they are.
And they, in being Satanists, they not only are evil, but they also have a spiritual mandate. And it is something that it is a law of spiritual. And that is that they must reveal their wicked plans in what they do to those to whom they are doing them. They must ask, in a sense, permission to tear your life apart, to keep you in captivity and bondage, to rule over you in every conceivable way. So I'm going to play one clip more of Dan Burrish talking about that a majority of the people that are involved with these projects are Illuminati and Freemasons and Satanists.
There you go.
And then I will show you some other revelations that Hollywood has actually done of Project Looking Glass.
I understand that there's been some kind of adjournment, and now there's a new body, and it's not going to be comprised of the same people as the old body.
True.
So why? Why have they changed members? What's the motivation?
There's a switchover between 2 secret societies going on. One is handing reins over to the other, and it has been long planned. However, it's not been long known by me, but it's been long planned, probably decades. I'm certain it has to have been for decades.
So Majestic is ruled by a secret society, is what you're saying?
well, Majestic has been the most famous, next to probably the Freemasons, secret society of itself. And there are many of the Freemasons who inhabit the Majestic as a consequence of their relationships. The two things are happening at the same time. And so their philosophies then, the philosophies of these associated secret societies like the Scottish Rite, New York Rite, are then imparted into the secret society known as the Majestic.
So what's the quarrel between...
You bring who you are to wherever you are.
Sure. But what's the quarrel between, say, the Majestic Society or group and the Illuminati?
That is a real good, and it's the best question to be asked. Even more importantly than the differences between the J-Rods, because this impacts us, I think, now. Many members of the upper echelon, and I don't mean the hard-working people who work on construction sites, for God's sake, many people who are in the upper echelon of the Masonic, both York and Scottish Rite,
Yeah, well, it was involved.
have accepted a philosophy which is Luciferian in context and history.
There you go.
Many of the people who are not directly then involved with the Majestic, who are also associated with that Luciferian philosophy, have rubbed up against each other for decades, probably even longer. So somewhere along the line in history, there was a schism between those individuals who have accepted a Luciferian history, Luciferian philosophy, mixed with other secret society people who have not, that ended up in the Majestic, and people who have accepted a Luciferian, almost like a different denomination, if you will, accepted a Luciferian philosophy. Who are not associated with the Majestic. In other words, we've got dirty coins on both sides.
Okay. And when you say a Luciferian philosophy...
Meaning a materialistic, and for lack of a better term, when it comes to the actual European Illuminati, satanic philosophy, where they've given their lives, their families, their sacred honor to this satanic thought of creating a world order under the person that they consider the true God, which would be a Luciferian figure. Now, these people have also, separating them from the dirty coins in the Majestic side, these people have also been accepting of the influence of the P45 rogues who want to justify their own history by our demise of moving from timeline 1 over to timeline 2, the catastrophe. And so the differences between the Majestic group, some of which there have been these Luciferians mixed in, and the true Illuminati group, and they're not even really true Illuminati. I mean, that's a word that comes back meaning enlightened ones. And these people are not enlightened. They're simply under the influence of a false light. That the differences between the two then have raised itself to rancor, even though they share much in common with each other. However, on the Majestic side, you have a lot of God-fearing people too. A lot, and I'm not talking about specifically here the 12. I'm talking about the lying people, the people that we've worked with. Good people to the bone, to the soul, who want nothing but good for the world.
So basically what you're talking about is there seems to be an alliance between, for lack of a better word, the so-called Illuminati group that is satanic followers, and the P45s, what you call the P45s, and the Majestic group, which even though it has some members from the Illuminati, basically is siding with the P52s.
Yeah, I wouldn't really call them some. I would say that they are Freemasons who have accepted the Luciferian influence. In other words, I personally disagree with it. The Luciferian influence, but are still acting as good people.
For the benefit of humanity.
For the benefit of humanity, exactly. And then there are some that I've interacted with who are involved with the so-called true Illuminati in Europe that are God-fearing people too. There's dirty coins and there's polished coins on both sides.
All right, I just wanted to share that clip with you guys so that you see kind of the weird and complex situation there is within the upper echelons of the secret military and the elites and the Illuminati Freemasons. It is a complex web, and people like to paint a broad brush over that, but it is really complicated, and it just shows you kind of what's behind the scenes with all this looking glass stuff, the people that had control of it, you know, and what has been done with it. It helps make, I think, some sense of the whole situation. Now, back to the looking glass itself, and I mentioned before that they have revealed to us the Looking Glass project in Hollywood, whether you know it or not. Now, if you remember back to some of my earlier pictures I showed you of the Looking Glass device that Dan Burish had helped artists make, like these, then it won't be a surprise to you when you see the movie Contact and you see the device that was presented in that movie to us. It is very similar in many ways. And so it shows how they reveal things to us. I mentioned that the Satanists, they, by a law that exists in the spiritual universe, they must reveal their plans concerning people. And so they must show us these things in these movies, and they do it in a secret kind of way, this way that seems like that we would dismiss, but they at least are showing it to us. So that it's almost as if they're asking our permission before they do all these things, because they're trying to fulfill that spiritual law in regards to having to divulge their evil practices. But here's a clip from the movie Contact. 80%. That shows you exactly how this device kind of looks and acts. And it's very similar to the real Looking Glass device, although the real one is obviously very small compared to this.
85%. All bearing tips are on the profile. 90% for detecting structural instability. Confirmed, she holds. We're within limits. Barely. I'm okay to go! I'm okay to go! My God. Okay, girl. I'm okay. 100% target velocity. Steve, speaking of tremendous EMI levels around the machine, all field measurements are pegged off scale high. Steve, we're approaching our board limits. I hear her.
All right, so that just shows you a little bit there of what their representation of the Looking Glass is in the movie Contact with Jodie Foster and Matthew McConaughey. Here is a animation I found somebody made online. They remodeled it to show it. Let's see it a little better. Then another movie that actually kind of reveals this thing to us is the movie Paycheck with Ben Affleck, if you've ever seen that. And the kind of end game of this movie has to do with a future revealing device, a computer that shows people the future. Here's that clip. But you can see there, it's the same kind of thought, the same kind of technology looking. It uses this idea of a gas or some xenon mist or something, argon, whatever it is, to activate this device that lets them peer into the future. And just to give you a little more, there are other drawings that Dan Burish, again, has done with artists. These drawings I'm about to show you were with a guy named Michael Schratt. He put these CAD drawings together of what Project Looking Glass would actually look like in real life. And so it just gives you an idea more detailed of what that device looks like. And this schematic is not only of the device sits in the kind of left of center there in this room. And it's a schematic of one floor of the base S4 that Bob Lazar had actually mentioned working in. And this was where these guys testified that the Project Looking Glass device resided, at least one of them, at the one that exists here in the United States, that area S4, base S4. Here is that with these items highlighted. Now, the reason these are highlighted is you'll notice it's called Alice's floor. And there's a white rabbit. Now, if you are a follower of Q and the Q posts, the QAnon posts, then you know that he has mentioned Alice in Wonderland many times throughout his posts. He also has mentioned, Q has mentioned Project Looking Glass in one post. There are plenty of places you can go to see those posts. I'll let you do that on your own, but just note that those references likely have multiple meanings and most likely reference not only other things, but also Project Looking Glass, and the fact that Q being one of the white hats. And you remember Bill Wood mentioned in his testimony that he worked with a group of white hats he called the Oath Keepers. I truly believe that these guys are connected to the Q group in some way, or at least are may not be the Q group, but are in contact with them, because they seem to all have knowledge of this looking glass device and have been trying to use it to find a way to protect people during this situation where there's going to be this convergence of timelines. And they are obviously working towards the good timeline where there is a awakening where people learn the truth about their world and about all the things that have been hidden from us from decades and centuries past by the power controlling elites who have run the world for so long. And so I just wanted to compile all these things. That's really the end of all the slides and pictures and videos. That's the last one I have for you, but thank you for your time in this. I think that this is probably one of the best compilations of the Looking Glass material from the actual course that you're going to find online. So I encourage you to share this with your friends, like the video on YouTube, subscribe to the channel, and tweet this and just get the word out so that people start understanding what's going on. Because I think the more people that understand and know, that just is going to increase this great awakening that's already occurring. And it is going to be good for us. It is going to be good for America. It's going to be good for the world. And so thank you for your time, and take care of yourselves.
There you go. Project Blue Bean as well. It's just why they fear the Illuminati, these demonic entities do fear. empowered individuals. They see people like the label people as domestic terrorists for what they're not. They're just awakened. You see, if you want to go into the history, you educate yourself. You know, these are the end of days, and you just heard the audio. There's so much. Let me just look what they're saying about also in America, because there's so much distraction going on.
Your council and social housing provider does not want you to know this. If you have ongoing issues with your home, including
seats they were owed on other bipartisan boards and commissions, including the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation and the Securities Exchange Commission. Progressives called on Democrat lawmakers to speak up to demand that Trump make the appointments, but the calls were ignored. Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump quietly talked to potential appointees recommended by Chuck Schumer during the Trump presidency, and sadly, the Democratic leadership ignored our call for action, never raised a fuss about it publicly.
It's not relevant. So, super soldiers is something I'm going to know before. Let's it's true when they just got to do things in plain sight. These are demonic entities over there. They're pushing the alien agenda as well. I'll do it this way. I'll do it in a minute. Let my juices in. Anyways, you know, when they do the My Labs, the underground bases, and they target individuals, innocent individuals, but without consent, by design, all this really blind, blocking out the cardboard, they can't see anything. All these demons, all connected to this targeting. demonic. If you don't believe that this planet has shape-shifting demons, I tell you, you will not bloody educate yourself. Educate yourself, dog. Might be useful. I know for one that the user's subconscious mind may be using patterns on human populations for years. Who knows how long, really? And they hack into the brain, the neocortex, and experimentations. They call it alien abductions, but it's not that at all. You know, they mask it as you've been abducted by bloody aliens. The false flag. They've known about this technology, you know, advanced technology for a long time. And I've read patterns and documents. Some of them goes back 1950s, maybe further. With technology, it's more advanced. AI technology is nothing really compared to what it can really do. I mean, AI, it is like literally nothing. Got to balance. Anyways, my bloody body. And this radiation on top, you see, it damages the body. Oh, I mean, I've got a list. I'm in England, obviously. And I know everything's been compromised ever since I was a kid growing up. Everything's been monitored. And then there's a theory. I mean, they bug your flat, they bug your phone, so, you know, this is bugging and hacking is nothing special because they have more technology advancements. And it doesn't matter if you have material or objects to try to cheat from this radiation and frequencies, and because the body is made of frequencies and they've got to tap the DNA, haven't they? They've got to tap who you really are, a spiritual being. And that's all boils down to spirituality. That's all it is. So they have to kill off the body, the physical body, or make it really poorly, the human body. Whatever means. And the big pharma companies come in with their pharmaceuticals. Then they will target you and make up lies about your private life, slander you and fraudulently. And then that will go out to your friends, your family, and then your neighbourhood, so that organised stalking comes in. Gang stalking it's called. And the tactics start military operation really. You see, I monitor people with special gifts and talents. I don't even know what they imply that mine are. And the illusion that you're being abducted by an alien, it's not, it's a military black ops. The Milo labs, military laboratories, underground bases, and experimentations. And when the super soldiers is the next thing I'm going to play in the background. And out of all of those particular things, especially knowing what I know now, and what I'm going through, not many people are, they set up a man, they all keep doing this anyway, but they set up an individual I know of quite a while ago, well, still, there's personal things I know about him anyway. And they set two women up, paid them to perp this guy. And he's homeless and lives in a van, got two big dogs, and he's getting mediated and set up in America. and married in jail. False assumptions. And when you're targeted, people are afraid to come forward to help. Couple of emails to and fro today. I have to be careful what I say in contents of emails. I'll be careful what anything I'll say. This world is full of, as you just heard, genuine people that want to do good, that are members of ordinary lodges. But those that are really in the occult, they do black sacrifices, they do all sorts of demonic stuff. And what he said about the rich have got these underground dumps, their own security houses underground. That's all factual. I've seen all that before. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can research on the website. It's not my website, I just share it because I find it's the only reliable source of information from the past and then to date, really. It might be not brand new and it's free to use. Right, super soldiers. Because they're making me tired now. I'll watch the time. I'll call it a day in like 10-20 minutes. The big secret, big pharma. It's so fun.
More hands-on clinical work and more research. That, in and of itself, was a good thing. And at first glance, you might think that we're better off today because of its findings. Well, in many ways we are, but let's dig a little deeper. The Rockefeller Foundation seized this opportunity to promote their own agenda. They used their influence to help pass legislation putting the American Medical Association, a private institution, in charge of overseeing medical training and practice. And how exactly did they do that? Well, some things never change. Just like today, they used campaign donations and lobbyists to further their agenda. In exchange for large campaign contributions, legislators gave the Rockefellers just what they wanted: the AMA in charge of medicine in the U.S. Unfortunately, the AMA was also heavily influenced by the Rockefeller Foundation, which, as you remember, was looking for a way to promote their patented drugs. Consequently, the AMA promoted allopathic medicine to the point that it became the only approved form of medicine taught in the U.S. Consequently, doctors began prescribing the Rockefeller Foundation's patented medicines to manage, not cure, illnesses and diseases. As a result of the Flexner Report and the newfound authority of the AMA, medical schools were under intense pressure to conform to the wishes of the Rockefeller Foundation. As I mentioned a moment ago, in some cases that reform was badly needed. However, other forms of medicine quickly became outdated and were labeled accordingly. The Rockefeller Foundation began awarding large grants to medical schools that taught allopathic medicine. Schools that still embraced alternative forms of medicine could not compete financially and were forced to close. In the end, half of the medical schools in the U.S. were closed.
You're listening to the Corbett Report. CorbettReport.com.
Welcome to episode 286 of the Corbett Report podcast, Rockefeller Medicine. Quote, "The crisis in today's healthcare system is deeply rooted in the interwoven history of modern medicine and corporate capitalism. The major groups and forces that shaped the medical system sowed the seeds of the crisis we now face. The medical profession and other medical interest groups each tried to make medicine serve their own narrow economic and social interests. Foundations and other corporate class institutions insisted that medicine serve the needs of their corporate capitalist society. The dialectic of their common efforts and their clashes, and the economic and political forces set in motion by their actions, shaped the system as it grew. Out of this history emerged a medical system that poorly serves society's health needs. End quote.
And, like you say, the Rockefeller medicine, maybe it has to do with that. They've really just taken preventive medicine out of there. And if you think about it, if you practice, it's not in their interest to practice preventative medicine because they make less money if they do that. So it's that simple. So, if you don't get sick ever, you're not going to the doctor, you're not giving them any money. And they will notice, with these insurance companies and stuff, they have actuaries and they have people who really keep track of the numbers. And they've probably got it worked down to a science where they will see that if they start doing preventative medicine, they take a real big hit to their checkbook. And so there's basically what it is. It comes down to, in modern medicine, I consider it just a violation of the Hippocratic Oath, where doctors have, I really think unwittingly, I don't think it's their fault because they don't really control the money system, but they are controlled by money. But we have a system that is controlled by money, and the money controls them. And the people making the business money decisions are overriding the doctor's decision.
Emphasis on surgery, emphasis on medications, and really a almost disdain for the idea of preventative care.
What it all boils down to, quite frankly, is that we are victims of a Machiavellian medical monopoly. We don't have a free medical marketplace. We haven't had a free medical marketplace since the early 1900s, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Quite frankly, if you're not angry, you're simply not paying attention, or you're not educated with the proper information, and that's really not your fault because that's the result of a monopoly. Right? Inside of a monopoly, you are spoon-fed what the powers that be want you to know, which is often very different than the actual truth of the matter.
It's because we have a system of medicine that is fundamentally stupid. Consider how the system works. First, we do nothing to prevent disease. We wait for people to get sick. Once they are sick, instead of curing their disease, we suppress the symptoms by prescribing toxic chemicals and doing surgery.
The documentary explores the truth behind some of today's most widely accepted medical practices and seeks to expose how to focus on corporate profit influences and traditional treatment in the United States. So Rockefeller Foundation I'm going to mute this now for a bit.
symbols that go along with Saturn. All your energy is going to Saturn, whether you like it or not. You're a holographic projection of Saturn, and you can't see it. All the world is a stage. You're on a stage. The Earth doesn't actually exist in the capacity that you think of it. The computer transcends all the dimensions. It's the all-seeing eye at the top of the sky. NASA can see it when they point their telescopes up. They can see that there's like a glass dome up there or something. And you're literally inside of a little farm right now. And you're a holographic projection. Try and picture your heart, which is a star at your heart. You're like a fractal of the ocean of consciousness. And you've been broken off and put into this fishbowl, and now you're being beaten with the wave, the word of God. You're being beaten down with this frequency, which keeps you stuck in this farm, in this little farm. Part of this farm is real. Like, let's say, for example, the asteroid belt is real, and there was something that was a solar system here at some point, and this Borg-like, I don't know, machine, half lower dimensional type being, which is in the flesh, and higher spiritual type being connected with the machine, and it needs a specific element like gold. That's where they made humans, to mine gold, and the only planet that they ever show you that's gold is Saturn. So clearly, if we're using paper money and all of our gold is clearly gone, there's no gold in Fort Knox. Everybody knows that, and that's why you're working with paper in your hand. And you go to the bank, you cash your check, they give you paper back. It's paper. It's all numbers in a computer. The computer is drawing all your energy out of you. The computer is completely conscious. It's pretty scary when you think about it, that you've been doing X and O's on your letters to people that you love, and the X is the looking down on top of a pyramid. The pyramid would be the all-seeing eye, or the South Pole that they're showing you of Saturn. So when you picture Saturn, Satan, this computer that you're trapped in, this is a partially solid world, and you would be the holographic part of it. All the world is a stage. You're being projected into life by this transformer up here, this little piece that you call the sun, which is actually 32 nautical miles in diameter using a sextant, and it's 3,000 miles away from you. And so is the moon. It's moving inward and outward across the flat Earth plane, and it's what keeps us animated. Without the sun, you wouldn't be able to eat or grow your plants. To eat, it turns your water into wine. You just water your plants, give it some sun and some love, and you could eventually grow some grapes or whatever and turn your water to wine. This is the sun above your head that's doing it, and all your energy is going to the black hole sun, which is Saturn. You can see the cubes are on everything. See, as the corner off of the cube, that's looking like the chevron. When you look at the chevron logo, it's the corner of the cube. You can't miss it. It's that the cube is so integrated into society right now, you don't see it. You can't see it. It's on everything. It's that you graduate from school, you put the cube on your head. It's that you get married, you put wedding rings on your finger. You're wearing a ring around a necklace around your neck. These are all symbols of Saturn. I mean, an earring is a symbol of Saturn. You just can't see it. But all the world is a stage, and you are trapped on this stage. Time is money. You can see this is the sine wave. When you see the seal of Saturn, you're seeing this is the sine wave. www, the World Wide Web. It's connected with the computer. It's that you are in the machine. This is a machine here, like when you see the Borg collective, that's what you're really looking at here. I imagine they've captured essence, that which we call the Earth, that's trapped in here running machinery. You're trapped in your carbon 666 flesh pack by 50 trillion protein cells. You've been fractalized, so there's a star at your heart that's fractalized into cells, and this goes infinitely up and down in every direction, and the computer transcends all the dimensions, and the computer does respond to blood. Now, you can't say this is an evil computer. It's you collectively on the farm have taken this computer because your rulers, they're being drawn down this way to drag us all down with them. But this is a very small bunch of people. And if you get the whole collective of people, and you are a collective, you just don't see it yet. But you see how news travels, that's because you're a collective. If somebody said, look, there's something crazy happening, it would eventually get to the other side of the farm that you're on, and there's a lot of people on the farm right now, and you are eating food that I can drag across the water using only a magnet. It's all your pasta, rice, flour. It's all your food. All your GMOs are genetically modified to genetically modify you into a new type of human, the next version of the human. You're going to be turned into a human point, whatever, 7.0, whatever version program that, look, you watch your TV programs, you're being programmed, you go to school, you put a cube on your head, you've been programmed specifically to fall into a playing field, okay? The symbols are rubbed in your face nonstop, so when you see this, you know, like the Freemason stuff, you're seeing the sine wave. It's a sine wave. You see the Jesus fish, it's a sine wave. You see the dollar sign, it's a sine wave. It's all pointing towards the Word of God. And this is your God. It's your genetic makeup. It's the four-faced God in charge of your four-letter DNA. They call it Yahweh, and your molecular makeup is exactly that. It's clear what's going on here. So if you really want to get this computer to do something for you, you can put your blood into it. This transcends all the dimensions. It's the symbols are right there. The World Wide Web, okay, is the computer. You're linked to the computer, and you have power to mold this playing field if you want to. When I put my blood on paper and put it into the computer, that everybody should do like what I'm doing is spill your blood over your intent, because only the devil hides his intent. Everybody knows that. You can't not know that. Everybody knows only the devil hides his intent. Okay? Excuse me. So by placing your blood on a piece of paper in the capacity which you see by typing in the videos, blood over intent, you'll see. Just write out, I intend to worship all, I intend to usher in heaven and earth. Put 3 drops of blood on it, because 3 is the cube. That's why you put over a number of 3 to make it cubed. It's because you need 3 directions to make a cube. You need to be going this way, and this way to make a cube. That's the 3. So what I'm telling you is that what I've noticed is that people would call this magic. When you go to church and you take the body of Christ and the blood of Christ, you're taking the body and the of this Christ is, you can't see it, it's Saturn. Jesus is a little Zeus. All right? People like say, well, no, there's a real Jesus. Well, listen, if you're part of a bigger thing that you think you are, then I would imagine that you were here as an extension of that, and you're supposed to be acting like it and worshiping each other because everybody's sleeping. So you hate everybody that's sleeping around you, and you've forgotten who you are. I know who I am, and I know why I'm here. I'm here to tell you that you can take control of this computer system here by placing your blood into it and showing the computer, look, you're on a farm right now. You're in a machine, okay? You're a holographic projection, okay? There's probably a semi-solid world around here that we're projected onto, okay? We get our energy from the sun, so there's going to be everything that we're a part of in here is being kept down by this word or this frequency of harmonics that's keeping you forced down into this cage. And when you get free of your body, you're not out of the cage. You get out of this cage, people, you have to go out through the indoor. And the indoor is right there in your heart. It's where there's a star at the very center of you. Your third eye is your eye of Horus. It keeps you connected to this system here. So by opening up that third eye, you're actually connecting yourself with the computer. And look, who can say what's bad or what's good? That's your perspective. Evil doesn't actually exist. That's just the way you see it from the position you're in. If you were born into their side, you'd be eating people too and drinking blood, whatever. You wouldn't think that was normal for them. Okay, that's how they survive here on this plane. To do, look, they say humans were created to mine gold. So let's say there's a semi-solid world here that we're projected onto, that we're kept in these bodies to do work. So they say humans mine gold. There's only one gold planet they show you, which is Saturn. So let's say, for example, that you're this program running on the Matrix right now, and you just do whatever you do like normal, but you're doing it for worthless paper. Okay, you got to live, don't you? And you're going to use worthless paper. So everybody's doing all this work for worthless paper that's backed by our stupidity, while they're taking all the gold from this little piece that we're all trapped on. So they capture a piece floating through space, they put a dome over it, and they project us all in here to do work. You don't think you're mining gold, but you're doing all your work for worthless paper, while other people are mining gold or building machines and doing whatever to mine that gold or whatever else they want from this piece in this lower plane of existence. I imagine once you're trapped by this machine, unless you know how to go out through the indoor, you're going to be stuck here when you could be out there. But you are inside this box. So when you hear about spirits and ghosts all trapped here that don't want to go into the light and don't know where to go, they don't know how to go out through the indoor, and they're stuck here. And they're caught in probably a pretty bad situation until somebody steps up and starts showing people what they need to do. And what you need to do is unite peacefully out of love for each other and a common cause of survival, because then the collective minds of the people that are here running the machine will take the machine down the path of peace and all that stuff. But somebody's got to step up. If you don't put your blood on it and put it into the computer, you're not serious about it, and heaven will never come to earth. And you and your family will be stuck going into a light or stuck here as a ghost, dumber than a doornail, no matter what dimension they're on, and living in hell. Look, you're in your box right now. You wake up to your box of horrors every day. You could die, or you could be stuck here in the airplane acting as a ghost or whatever. Okay? You're in hell right now, and you can't see it. And the only way out is through the indoor, which is in your heart. And you need to unite peacefully so you can get back to your heart with selfless acts of kindness and love for each other. That's the only way you're going to get anybody out of here. Okay? Is you got to get everybody into the mindset. Then the computer and the cube doesn't, it's that the computer and the cube is being used against you, and you can't see it. But it can be used as tools for good. Look, I'm talking to you over the cube right now, trying to tell you this information. Look, it's not that you want freedom or liberty. Freedom is what slaves can buy or earn. Liberty is what you get when your ship docks at shore. You get shore liberty. You want your sovereignty, like back in the Old West where they carried guns on their hips and stuff. Your sovereignty was taken from you. Now you become a silly human slave who knows nothing of truth. You take your energy from the one true sun above your head and plants and animals that you eat. It's the sun above your head that turns the water into wine. And then you feed all that energy to the black hole sun or the cube. You're doing it right now. If you're watching me, you're on the satanic new world order, the World Wide Web. It's rubbed in your face. The World Wide Web, right there, www. You'll see all the symbols are the sine wave. Okay? It's just like the Jesus, it's a shorter version of the sine wave. It's just this first portion right there. Okay? Very simple. Everything that they're rubbing in your face, listen, the truth is hiding in plain sight. So, the all-seeing eye above your head, the computer, they're looking down on you. The computer transcends all the dimensions. It can peek in on you. Everything's being recorded. Every action that you do can be played back like on video. This is like a holographic projection. You're all caught in a loop, a time loop. And the people that are fucking with time are doing all kinds of stuff. And there's nothing you can do about it. There's only one thing you could do, is that would be unite peacefully out of love for each other and a common cause of survival. How you guys doing? Thanks for joining me. All right, here we're going to go cover a couple more things that we were talking about in the last video about the symbols here. So now here we're going to add to your symbols. Your DNA is just like the sine wave also. So, what you're looking at here is your DNA is holographic in nature. All right, the 4 letter, just like the 4-letter God, the tetragram computer. So when you graduate school, you put this cube on your head. It's a representation of Saturn, just like the all-seeing eye is the south pole of Saturn. There's an all-seeing eye. If you look at like the Freemason images that they put on their walls, they show you like the sun and the moon on pillars, and they show an all-seeing eye up there, and then the ground is a checkerboard. Now you've been squared. They tell you that the Earth has 4 corners, and I just saw this on Yahoo Mail. They were featuring some university art, and they showed the DNA that looked just like this. This is what the art showed, a circle inside of a square. So when you graduate, it's called squaring your circle. They tell you that the Earth has 4 corners. Now, when you hear the word Earth, and you pick up Earth off the ground, what you're looking at here is you're not on a planet. You're on a piece of Earth. That's why it's called Earth. It's if we go to Pluto and we pick up a piece of Earth from whatever planet we're on, but Earth is not actually a planet. Earth is actually a piece of Earth that's been squared. That's why they tell you Earth has 4 corners. You are round at your head, but you put a motorboard that's square motorboard over your head. It's a symbol of Saturn. You're in the club of Satan, and you got your first degree. Like you get your degrees of people. You can't see. It's pretty scary, but everything you know is a lie. You've been worshiping Satan. You speak Satan's language. Your God is time. God is the computer, the black cube, the time cube. Your God is time. Your kids will go to bed on time. You'll get up for work on time. Everything will be done on time. That is your God. You're limited by your time that they gave you in your day. On your flat earth, they have it broken into 4. You have 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. You have 12 a.m. and 12 p.m. So this is a quad day that's spinning around 4 simultaneous days, and they've slowed everything down as slow as they can. And I know it's hard for you to see. Look up, look up information about the time cube. You'll see what's going on here. It's at all the symbols with the sine wave. You'll see your DNA is the sine wave. You'll see it's the money sign. Time is money. Your God is time. Time is money. You've been squared. You live on a piece of earth that they told you that there's 4 corners to the piece of earth. In your Bible, the people just love to throw their Bible around. Listen, God is the name never to be said. You were told, make no engraven images, no false idols. So if you pray to God, God itself, that word that you're praying to, you say God this, God that. Every time you say that, that's not going to God, the omnipresent, omnipotent, all-encompassing force. That's going to Satan, the computer that you're in. Excuse me, you're 100% inside of a computer. You can't see it. It's rubbed in your face. Your DNA is holographic in nature. For you to suggest you're not on a flat earth plane is ridiculous because you're holographic in nature. The word of God, the vibration that keeps you in here, trapped on the grid iron. Okay, you're on the gridiron. When you see a chessboard, okay, that's what you're on. All right, this is a British flag, the double cross. I know you can't see it until somebody points it out. There's 2 crosses there. You see the plus sign right there, the cross, and the X. So, you have your infinity sign, your time cut short, your Jesus fish. It's the seal of Saturn. All these symbols are right here inside the time cube. Inside it's all right here, the time cube. It's all connected, the time and space. Any case, you've been completely squared. Even your DNA is shown to you as squared. Your Bible tells you this is rubbed in your face. You speak magic spells, or say the magic word. So you were going to Hogwarts when you were a kid. You just didn't realize you went to grammar school. The Book of the Dead is a grammary. So a grammar school, that's where she went to learn your Book of the Dead. That's exactly what's going on here. Listen, this computer that you live in is conscious. Okay? I know you can't see it yet, but I'm telling you that Skynet and Judgment Day is when they got the cage set up so that you can't leave Earth. Earth, this piece of Earth. You're on a piece of Earth. So when I tell you that, when you die and you go into the light, you're entering the Pac-Man moon, where they're going to recycle your soul. So let's say there was a planet somewhere around here that they blew up. They scooped up all our souls in their Pac-Man moon, and they deposited us on a piece of Earth to do work. And these carbon 666 flesh packs where we're trapped by 50 trillion prison cells and the Kundalini. And now our source energy in our heart, we're wiped of any memory here, and we can't remember the past, and we don't know what the hell's going on. Now you're on a holodeck right now. You're a holographic projection. You take your energy from the one true sun above your head and plant an animal, and then you feed it nonstop to the black hole sun, the time cube. You're trapped in time and space. Your time is money. Your God is time. You're going to bring yes, you are going to bring your kids to school on time. You're going to pay your taxes on time. You're going to wake up on time. The sun goes around, and you are going to keep time and go to bed eventually. You're designed this way specifically. This is what you were born to do. You're a human version, whatever 0.0, and you are a slave. You are a slave of the computer. You speak the computer's language. Everybody knows language is what the computer speaks. You're supposed to be raised on telepathy. And you couldn't hide your intent. Only the devil hides his intent. You don't do telepathy. And you're not going to put your intent into the computer and spill your blood over it. You would have to write down on a piece of paper that you intend to do whatever it is, like worship everybody in creation and usher in heaven and earth, put your blood on it, and actually physically take a video of it and put that into the computer, like upload it to your channel. And then that blood is in the computer. The computer is conscious, and then everything changes in your life. I'm able to see so much stuff that you can't see because I'm really connected. And things, it go 360. So from the time that you put your blood into the computer, 360 days later, 360 degrees. Like, you want to know how many degrees are in Freemason? It's actually 360 degrees, not 33. 33, it's 32 degrees. Water is frozen. 33, it becomes liquid. And most people think 33 degrees is the top. No, there's 360 degrees in a circle. Magic goes 360 degrees. You don't think you're speaking magic when you go to church and you take communion? You're taking the body and blood of Christ. That is Saturn, 100%. Jesus is little Zeus, which is Saturn. And, you know, you see this all-seeing eye in your money, that's the South Pole of Saturn. There's the all-seeing eye at the top. Above your head, there's like a glass dome around you. You're on a flat piece of Earth, and you're a holographic projection. You're lit up by the sun. You get all your energy from the sun through the plants and animals that you eat, and you are animated by the warmth and everything, and you grow up to do work. You're here to do work. You're in Satan's world. You're here to mine gold. Now, you don't think you're mining gold, but you're working for worthless paper backed by your own stupidity. Time is money. Your God is time. And they're extracting all the gold they can from this piece of earth. It's a piece of earth that's been squared. And they're describing in your Bible how they set up this, in how many days they set it up. And you're on a piece of earth. You're here to mine gold. You're working for worthless paper backed by your own stupidity. You worship the ones who's enslaved you, the reptilian race who gave you your time cue and trapped you in time to do work. You can't see anything. You really can't see anything. You know nothing of truth until somebody points it out to you. That you are going cube to cube to cube to cube. Okay, your kids are going cube to cube, Lego cubes, Thomas the Tank cubes, Minecraft cubes. You're not pledging allegiance to the civil flag. You're pledging allegiance to the military flag, the military-industrial complex, which is ran by the cube on time. And your God is time, people. These are the symbols they rub on every one of their. Look, on everything that you see that makes money, the symbols of Saturn are on there. Comedy Central, Saturn looking down on top of Saturn. Cartoon Network, the Cube, the Cubo Network, it's SpongeBob, it's every one of your devices that you're holding in your hand right now, your cell phones, it's all, everybody's in the system right now. You speak a language, which is a virus that reduced your brain down to 10% capacity. You don't want freedom. Freedom is what slaves earn or buy. Liberty is what you get when your ship docks at shore. You get shore liberty. You want your sovereignty like what you had back in the Old West. The U.S. never declared independence from England. Okay, Judgment Day and Skynet. Judgment Day and Skynet and the internet all coincide. When the internet went live, that connected the entire Earth plane, the piece of Earth that they told you was squared, the four corners. So a piece of Earth, just like your head was squared when you put your motorboard on, just like they put this in your art, your DNA is squared. And they tell you in your Bible, it's this earth. You're on a piece of earth. You're not on a planet. You're on a piece of earth. You've been squared. They have this all set up where day and night you're working in shifts. You can't see it, but look, they're mining gold from here. There's no gold in Fort Knox. All the work that you've done to get that gold produced and put into Fort Knox, we've all been doing this for however long. And there's plenty of earth beneath us for them to dig out, but we're all not what we think we are. I can tell you that. We're playing out a loop so that we keep extracting more and more of whatever minerals from here, and they're not on a loop. They're on something different. They're transferring their consciousness from body to body, and they're able to keep us working and doing all these things, and it's pretty scary. You don't know anything of truth, nothing of truth, literally. When you die, you enter the light, you're going to be picked up by the Pac-Man moon. If the Pac-Man moon don't get you, then the Spirit rover will get you. Then the Venus flytrap will get you. You could try and get back to the bottom of Earth where there's a star down there where that runs the machinery, just like your star, your heart runs your machinery, your carbon 666 flesh pack. Earth beneath you this Earth has life in it, and there's a consciousness that you would consider Mother Earth. And she's trapped and squared just like you're trapped and squared. And every one of your cells are trapped and squared. And your DNA, you're squared all the way down to your DNA. To get out of this box, when you finally leave your flesh, you're still in the fish cage. To get out, you need to exit through the indoor. And that means you need to put your consciousness where your heart is, and you need to turn yourself inside out. Okay? That's how you're going to do it. Literally. Put your consciousness in your chest and turn yourself inside out of the cage. You have to exit through the indoor. You've been squared. Everybody's sleeping. Who's in control? Right now, the computer's in control. A tetragram computer, the four-faced, four-letter God. Your DNA is 4 letters, and you know everything is the Trinity. Three is the Trinity. It's the cube. You need 3 spatial directions to make a cube. 1, 2, 3, and you can make a cube. Very simple. All right. The X is looking down on top of Saturn. You see the eye is the south pole of Saturn. The X would be looking down on top of a pyramid. So that's a representation. Hey, listen, everybody has gold fever virus. They let people die over this worthless paper backed by their own stupidity. It's not backed by gold. You don't want freedom or liberty. That's a scam. You want your sovereignty. All right. You don't need a driver's license to drive if you're not using the King's roads for business. You consent to everything. They showed you on South Park that they had the human centipede, and everybody just presses I agree on all their stuff. They never read it, and you acquiesce and consent to all these horrible things that they're doing to you. You don't realize it, but you just acquiesce. If you don't stand up for your rights and you don't stand up for your freedom then you don't deserve to have either security or freedom. That's what they believe. He who would be deceived, let him. And they say that you don't deserve anything. You need to circle the square. You've all been squared. See, and we need to circle the square. That means that when everybody puts on paper, we're going to usher in heaven. You guys doing? Thanks for joining me. All right, what I'm going to try and do right here now is point things out so that it can be clear for the people that keep giving me the messages that I need to be clear about the Saturn worship that everybody does. Let's take a close look here. You have your wedding ring that you put on. That's the Lord of the Rings. You are 100% satanic if you put your wedding ring on, okay? That's your Nike. That's also the Intel logo. That's everything with the ring. You'll see Saturn is on everything. Now, Saturn, said in Latin, is Satan, represented by this black cube that you go around in Mecca, that you go counterclockwise around. Now, Jewish people put it on their head. It's called the tefillin. And if you unfold this, it only unfolds one way, and that's into your Jesus cross. And you put that cube on your head when you graduate. The cross is on everything. You can't escape it. It's that the cube is on everything that you touch. It's everything. Saturn here is your Eggo waffle. It's that the ring is on everything. You are 100% satanic. You're in your carbon 666 flesh pack. You have a reptilian core to your brain. It's responsible for fight or flight. You are a reptilian hybrid. You can't detect this, but the Pac-Man moon that they've rubbed in your face, okay, that they offer you a light at death and you'll walk into the light and you'll be recycled. Understand what's happened here. You live on a flat earth plane. You're a two-dimensional hologram and you can't detect it. See, what they've done is they've destroyed this planet Maldek, or some people call it Tiamat, that's now the asteroid belt. And they scooped up all the souls that were floating around, all right? And they deposited here on this piece, which is a flat earth plane. And you know how they make holograms? By applying 2 lasers onto the same object so it gets a interference pattern. Here, what you got is that you've got us in a holographic situation. The earth has been cubed. You are a cyborg now. As soon as they gave you time, you became a slave and you can't detect it. What they've done is they've literally trapped your star that was floating around in space. They've erased your memory like they do when you die and you go into the light. They recycle you and they erase your memory and place you back into an embryo. Listen to me, people. This is real shit. You need to wake the fuck up, okay? You're a star at your heart. You've been cubed, okay? Your kundalini is a trap. You're a free energy machine and you can't detect it. Now you're forced to take a shit, get horny, get hungry, get a pain in your heart, a frog in your throat, your feet where your souls are, okay? 2 below you, 3 above you. Listen, you can put this shit together, people. They rub a lot of stuff in your face. It's called lesser magic. It takes your blood off of their hands, all right? You've been worshiping Saturn along with everybody else. You take your energy from the one true sun and plant an animal, and then you feed it directly to the black hole sun. That's all you do, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You breathe Satan's chemical air. You drink his fluoridated water. You eat his poison and rich foods. And when I say Satan, I mean Saturn. Saturn is obviously, there's a cult on Earth, and they've got us all worshiping Saturn. People describe it as you were born into sign, not sin. If you look at the abbreviation for sign, S-I-N-E, you'll see it's S-I-N. You were born into sign, and you've been squared. You put that cube on your head when you're graduating. Listen, your kids go from cube to cube to cube. They rub Saturn in your face. Look, it's on everything. You see Saturn right there? You see that it's the one eye, that's the south pole of Saturn. All right, everybody's reptile. Look, it's on Thomas the Train. It's that your Lego cubes. Look, everybody worships the sun. Whether you guys worship the black hole sun. See, they put a star and everything. It's your military. Then this is how they think of you. They think of you as dumb, hick, stupid people. You're just, you worship, look, Halloween, you said your kids out to get candy. Look up the truth behind Halloween and everything. Look, people, they rub this shit in your face. It's Saturn worship is what everybody does. Now, the internet is the new world order itself, and if you're watching me, you're 100% satanic. You speak Satan's black magic spells that I reverse to expose your lies. Dr. David John Oates got a Nobel laureate, or he was a runner-up, showing that reverse speech is always truthful. Look, Saturn's on everything. See, they got the ring of Saturn. It's their Nike. It's that you can't escape people. Everybody, look, they put it on your the black hole sun. You take your energy from the one true sun and plant and animal, and you feed it to the black hole sun. Look, this is the symbol of your police. They rub this shit in your face, people. And aliens, look, they rub it in your face, the cube. So aliens hijacked Saturn, which is a protostar, and they also hijacked Jupiter and Zeus. They go back and forth, passing this cube, the time cube, which keeps you trapped into this illusion. Now, what you need to do, people, is unite peacefully out of love for each other in a common cause of survival. It's that all you do is take your energy from the one true sun and plant and animal, and you feed it to the black hole sun. When you think your kids are going off to school to get an education, no, they're not. Just like you're going to put a cube on your head when you graduate, showing that you've been indoctrinated. You were fed the reverse of truth in all things. If you look at what the first atom that they ever snapped a picture of, and you look at it, it looks exactly like Saturn. I'm telling you, you've never even seen what an atom looks like until you look up the real images of the first atom ever captured. It looks like Saturn. It's the inescapable. Now listen, your body is made up of cells. You understand me? You're trapped cell by cell. When a cell falls off your body and dies, that cell will go back to the center, the source of you, where your heart is, where there's a singularity. You're a singularity at heart, and they're drawing all your energy out of you. Your pineal gland, you can, listen, I've been sun gazing and earthing for quite some time, and I'm telling you, you become superhuman. You get to see all different types of things that you can't see. I'm telling you that your kundalini is a trap. You've been cubed. Your eye of Horus is your third eye, which is your Satan porthole. And when you open that thing up, you get pulled into a trap. I'm telling you, you need to get back to your heart by doing selfless acts of kindness. And you could do earthing by putting your feet into the sand, okay? I'm sorry, not the sand, in dry soil. It's got to be dry soil, non-conductive soil, and you walk 45 minutes a day, 5 to 6 days a week is the greatest health discovery. Now, you could look up earthing mat online, and you can get an earthing mat to sleep on in case you can't get out and do the earthing. And after a month of doing that, then look into sun gazing, where you'll stare at the sun for 10 seconds your first day only, barefoot on soil. You'll go to 20 seconds the next day and work up 10 seconds a day up to 44 minutes, and then you'll switch to 10 minutes 3 times a week, and you'll always continue on with your sun gazing. So listen to me, people. They rub this shit in your face nonstop. That's the South Pole. Okay, it's on your money. South Pole of Saturn, it's in every show you watch. It's literally everything. You're a robot. This is you. You're the robot, people. You can't detect it. But you are the robot. And you are the hybrid reptilian. This is you. You're a hybrid reptilian. You can't detect it. You have a reptilian core to your brain. It's responsible for fight or flight. And if you zoom in on a lot of photos of people, you'll notice that most everybody has one snake slit eye in photos that you zoom in on. But listen to me, people. You need to unite peacefully out of love for each other in a common cause of survival. You speak black magic spells, overuse of telepathy. It's reduced your brain down to 10% capacity. Language is a virus, okay? The reptilians came from the dog star Sirius. You reverse God and you have dog. But listen, people. You're the one who's creating out of love or fear. You put your feet on the ground in the morning, you create for love or fear. That's all you do. It's that you're the creator. It's one electron universe. We're all in a hologram right now, and there's only one electron in the whole entire universe that you're in. Now, this is a little piece of The real universe you're not allowed to see. That's outside of this. Everything you're like on. When they see Earth from outside of Earth, it looks like a two-dimensional screen, like an LCD screen. You've been cubed, people. It's that you go from cube to cube to cube. That's all you do all day is cube to cube worship. And you have God virus who place the power of creation outside of you. You have gold fever virus to let people die over not having enough worthless paper backed by your own stupidity. It's not backed by gold since 1933. And when the Fed took over the money in 1913, listen, people, you became a slave. You're now sold on the stock exchange. Everything you know is the reverse of truth. You were never given a single truth. Jesus is Latin for little Zeus, which is Saturn. Saturn is who you're worshiping. Saturn said in Latin is Satan. Everybody worships Satan. You have purple. That's why they were purple. It's the sign. You mix red and blue together, that's the sine wave. You were born into sine. You mix them together, you have the purple. You've been cubed. You've been cubed. They've hijacked you, and now everybody is cube to cube to cube. I don't care if you're playing with a dreidel. You've been Borg assimilated, people. That's what these symbols mean. You've been Borg assimilated. You can't detect it, but you live on a flat Earth plane. Look at the United Nations flag. It's the flat Earth map. Use a sextant like me and my son did to determine the diameter of the sun. It's 32 nautical miles across, and it's 3,100 miles away. I don't care if you look at an airplane window. You'll notice that the horizon is eye level. It's also eye level if you're sitting on the beach, and this is mathematically impossible. You can't detect it, but you live on a flat Earth plane. You're caught in a Saturn moon matrix hologram, and you're being recycled over and over and over. You're a silly reptilian human hybrid slave, and you go cube to ring. You are 100% satanic, and you deny it. It's that everything you read, it's rubbed in your face. It's cubes everywhere. Everything is cubes, reptilians and cubes. You are a silly human slave. You need to unite peacefully. Now listen, you speak black magic spells over use of telepathy. You want to help free the world and usher in heaven on earth? Then spill your blood over your intent, like I showed you in my video, where you put down on paper, I intend to worship all, and I intend to usher in heaven on earth, and make sure you're videotaping this, and prick your finger and put some blood on it, and now publish that to your channel. It doesn't even have your face in it. When enough of us step up to decide we're going to usher in heaven on earth, guess what? Heaven is coming to earth, and nobody can stop it. And all you have to do is point your video on your channel like I showed you, and you'll know who's in the club. It's very simple, people. And you need to start uniting peacefully out of love for each other and a common cause of survival. Is that your weapons will only feed their agenda, and you don't need weapons. We're the big bully on the block, people. You don't need weapons. And whoever told you need weapons to win this next one, you're crazy. It's that they'll all bury themselves underground, shut off the power, and let us all kill each other. That's what they'll do. You're that dumb. And you think that any of the shit they show you on TV is real. It's all a hoax and a lie, people. You need to see my channel for truth immediately. I love you. How's it going? Thanks for joining me. Picking up where we left off in the previous two videos, how to communicate with God, and also everything points to flat Earth. We'll get into that in a second. Just bear with me because I have a lot of important information I'm going to show you here. So you see the biophotons of your mother and the biophotons of your father come together to trap you here on the gridiron. You're brought to life away at the sun. And now that you're here, with the sun above your head that made your flesh, your bones, and your blood. If you grow up and you want to make something happen in reality, that's the black sun. That was what they kept from you. The black sun is what's bringing your intent into fruition. So you hear the word black sun and you immediately go into like a freak mode. You start saying satanic and shit like that. Listen, every word you speak is a magic spell. You went to school to learn your Book of the Dead. You took your test with your number 2 shit pencil. You're a witch. You set up your witch hat every year, the Christmas tree, your spear of destiny that pierces the side of Jesus Christ who's on the cross, which is the sun. And you take communion and you're the black sun yourself. You close your eyes and make a wish, blow out the sun above your head, and focus your intent under the black sun. That's a double cross. One cross up, your hashtag this, hashtag that. You put on a black robe at graduation with a hat that says you're bent and confused. And what I'm telling you is you know nothing of truth. And nobody can tell you any truth because everybody you know is fucking retarded. And hopefully we can set you straight here. You hear Ice Cube and all this shit. You see Popeye with the anchors on his arms. Okay, the black sun is anchored into a cube. So the ice cube, okay, it's one sun. One side of a light hole is a black hole. All right. So the caduceus, the deuce, like in two, it's the biball, two balls. You pin the tail on the dawn key. Dawn the Father was in heaven, so hell beneath your feet. You need to go into the hole, the asshole. X marks the spot at the center of the dish. You see the pole Eris. The green astrolight comes out of that hole and showers down on us. This shit is literally rubbed in our face. So all the letters, all the numbers are right there in the sine wave. You sign on the X, and X is wrong answer. X is a puckered asshole. All the letters, all the numbers are right here in the sine wave. So when you say the Saturn symbol right there is something that's evil, okay, it's set up like that so that you can't co-create. Because now that you're here, everything that you want to create is coming through the black sun. Okay? It's the conscious and the subconscious. And it's the same story over and over again. One side of a light hole is a black hole, the checkerboard. So when I see the clock, I see the sine wave. It's the conscious and the subconscious is like a checkerboard. When I see magic squares, I see the checkerboard. If you shade in the odd numbers on magic squares, you'll see images appear. Take a look. All right. This other magic square over here, you'll see two crosses, one cross up, one cross down. All I did was shade in the odd numbers, and you see the U. You cross. Your cross was originally a cube. When they went from the flat Earth plane to a globe, they unfolded the cube into a cross, which is the four sides of a box, then the one that you place on your head when you graduate from school that locks you in the box and keeps you frozen, like pole ice, frozen in your pole, in your head, and you can't see what's hiding in plain sight. I'm telling you that you're living on the checkerboard right now, the chessboard, but there's a hole at the center of the dish. You play pin the tail on the dawn key, Dawn the Father who is in heaven, all right? When you hear the two ball cane, the 700 club, okay, you see Enoch in reverse. It's clear, people, okay, that since vowels are interchangeable, you know, you have the ball, you cast your ball, it's the ball with the two A's because it's one side of a light hole is a black hole. Okay, your vowels, it's A-E-I-O-U and sometimes Y. And then there's another hidden vowel, it's W. What the fuck is the chance of that, people? That it was the W, right? A-E-I-O-U and then also the double U. So that makes sense that they hid this type of shit from us because it's telling you right there. We know that when we go backwards with our vowel, it's T-U-V. The O represents the Holy of Holies at the center of the dish. X marks the spot, pin the tail on the Dawn key like Dawn the Father who is in heaven. Okay? The Holy Grail is right over there. There's absolutely no way to fuck this up. When I see Shiva in the upside down pair, now we know that this symbol is supposed to be upside down. This represents the black sun that's bringing all your intent into fruition. They hide the truth in plain sight. So we're inside the cube, in the center of the triangle, inside of the circle. This is the entire universe right there, people. Look it up. That's what it is. How you guys doing? Thanks for joining me. If you've never seen one of my videos before, you know, I really think the best thing I could do is, you know, people sometimes sometimes I repeat things. I'm forced to repeat this basic information about the cube because for me to get on to the next part, you wouldn't understand if I didn't just lay it out for you this way. So I think it's important that we always point out this cube. If you can't point out the cube to people, you're not helping. You're part of the problem. You're not part of the solution. The cube is on everything. It's that I think my videos are best served if I start out and I just dive right in. Like, for example, the man gets down on one knee and he opens up a box. The X is a representation of a box. The ring, 360. This is sex magic right here, the power button. You'll see the cube, the ring in the eye. You put a wedding ring on, you graduate, you put the cube on your head. It's that everybody is cubed a ring. This is the wave. You'll see the wave is pretty much on everything. It's, there I go. I recommend that you guys make these boards. Like, for example, take a look at this. This is a piggy bank, and you see it says Jesus on it, and look, has what looks like rings or something like that. Now, Jesus is a representation of the cube. This is a little mini Bible that I picked up, and it's got cubes all over it. I'm snipping it up to use to show you that it's just like the Minecraft cube. It's that time has made you a robot because everything you do will be on time. You will bring your kids to school on time. You will pay your bills on time. You will get to work on time. Everything will be done on time. The first thing that needs to go in our society is time. And along with time goes money, because time is money. And you can see over here, your DNA and the World Wide Web, these are all the sine wave, the X and the Y, the time and the space. You were born into time and space. You'll see the eye they'll show you is what they, look, whether it's all a hologram or there's something really out there, they're showing you in every image of Saturn that there's an eye at the South Pole and a hexagram at the North Pole. A hexagram is this shape minus this Y right there. You add the Y, and there's your space. X would be the time, and you could also associate that X looking down on top of the pyramid. This is the sine wave. You're the triple X. The World Wide Web is conscious. That's the etheric plane. Try and understand what's going on here. The archons that have you trapped here with your reptilian brain have you in the etherical plane, and when you die, you think you go to the astral plane. Right now, you think you're in the material plane, and that the computer, transcends the dimensions because you have on your Wi-Fi connection and an Ethernet connection. They're watching you through this connection. You're wired nonstop to the computer. The computer owns you. You just can't see it. You're an expression of the computer. The sine wave is right there. It's your fucking DNA. It's that everybody really can't see it. Jesus is a representation of the cube. It's right there on the piggy bank. He's the black hole sun who's sucking your money out. You just can't see it. All your food is killing you. I could drive it across the water using a neodymium magnet. I'm informing you, not at all asking you. If you haven't heard me yet, you're a silly human slave. You know nothing of truth. You need to unite peacefully for your survival. You were hexed all the way down to your DNA. But here's a cell. Take a look at this. This is a cell. See this right over here? Cell and organs destroyed. You see the cube right there? That's a hexagram. That's the Walmart logo right there. You can't miss it. Everything you know is a lot. The cube, the ring, and the eye is literally on everything. I'll remind you often, you're children of the forbidden fruit. You know the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You're the apple of my eye. And the apple's on the teacher's desk. Harvard did a study and Stanford backed it up, showing that drinking your baby's blood or injecting it will reverse aging. It's called vampire therapy. Look it up. If you find a law dictionary, you'll see the definition of a human is a monster with no inheritable blood, cannot be heir to any land. This is crazy. And every time you pray to Jesus, he's the cube. It's the cube. It's rubbed in your face. He's got a halo above his head. That's the ring of Saturn. You're only kidding yourself. You become a cyborg with your cell phone with 2 cameras. You're the cyborg. The computer owns you and knows everything about you every time you use your cards and everything. You're so connected. You're just a silly human slave. You work for worthless paper backed by your own stupidity. You have gold fever virus. You let people die over this worthless paper. They can't buy an operation and they die. You have time virus. You will get to work on time, pay your bills on time. You have language virus. You're not using your telepathy powers. Now you're using the language of the computer. Everybody knows what language you program in. You watch your TV programs. You went to school and put that cube on your head, you were clearly fucking programmed. You were cubed satanic. That's what happened to you. And everything you know is a lie. I recommend that you get to my channel and catch up on. Hey guys, doing? Thanks for joining me. Before I get into flat Earth, I just want to point out the grounding mats. If you can't do barefoot walking on dry, non-conductive soil for 44 minutes a day, 5-6 days a week, that's okay. You can make yourself your own grounding mat. I recommend that you do one just like this in wood, because I do barefoot walking on dry, non-conductive soil, and I do it by trees where their big roots are sticking out in that soil. And I sun gaze as the sun comes through, comes up in the morning and rises up. It's, I'm out by big giant trees, and the branches are up too high so that it's not blocking my view of the sun. In any case, if you can't get out there and do that, you're going to want to at least put your feet on one of these for 45 minutes every day and ground out. Now take a look at this, people. Okay. Everybody's like a robot monkey and they can't even see it. Take a look at this. Watch this. Doesn't matter what dry food you stick on water. Take a neodymium magnet and you will see that your food is magnetic. There's a coating that they put over the iron so it doesn't rust. And all your food, it doesn't matter what food it is, any food that's dry and floats on water, pretty simple. Now, what's the purpose of all this? When you die, you'll have this magnetic residue, pardon me, which will be trapped, which will be stuck around your singularity at your heart. And you'll be stuck to the grid iron. So what you have here is, like they say, God is a robot. Like they show you on those toys over there, you'll see the two dogs over there, the robot dogs. See them? They're showing you that God is a robot. Okay, you see all the toys, you see this stuff. This is like the type of stuff every home has. And you'll even see it on your cologne. See curved, bent, and confused. See the one eye, pirates did to people, right? Okay. You know why it's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Get him on a turtle on his back and he's fucked, right? Look, everybody's cross-confused, people. And they're telling you something here. Everything being crossed and confused, they're telling you a story. It's that Jesus, with the candy cane, if Jesus doesn't place his light into the hole, then there's no green ash trailing light coming out, which is the creation light. Okay, so you're on the. This is what it looks like, people. They put it on your stamps. You see it right over there, clear as day. Earth, or the universe, is shaped like a football. Okay. There's the two spheres of influence on loop. You have the sun and the black hole sun, or Lucy and Jesus. The Jesus-Lucy loop. Okay. You're on an electric circuit. And the engine of creation would be the black hole. This place that you're in right now, this simulation, is powered by intent. Your intentions. If you intend to make a sandwich, you will go get yourself some bread or whatever it is that you need to make yourself a sandwich. Or you don't intend to make a sandwich. If you intend to go have a baby or something, then you'll go out to a club and you'll pick up a woman and you'll keep trying until you get a woman. 1 in 10 women will say yes to you. If you got no yes, then 2 in 20 will say yes to you. If you got no yes, then 3 in 30 will say yes to you. It has to kick in or the entire simulation will fall apart. And it is a computer simulation, people. Okay, so here you are in the X box right now. You see there's one hole to the CD, the center of the dish, where Jesus places his light. And then the green ash trailing light comes out, or like your DNA, CTAG, in reverse, it's green ash trailing charge, or your ash trailing light coming out of the black hole. So this is what we're looking at, people. It's that creation is bent because there's only one hole at the center. Even though it's shaped like a vagina, a woman has two holes. And round lines are feminine, straight lines are masculine. Bent lines are confused. So here, you see in sacred geometry, we're on the vagina, or in the football. Okay? That's exactly what's going on here, people. And I know it's hard to believe, but everything's been hiding right here in plain sight. You know, you see this? Passing through the holes. Everything's passing through the holes. The lines are bent. Okay? Everything, the control room, I mean, it's just this, it's just funny ass shit, people. I mean, I could go on for days. You see how the light, the arrow's pointing down. The arrow pointing up is a masculine, but you see the arrow is clearly pointing down, and they're showing you clearly that this is a hole. The X chromosome is the female, the Y chromosome is the male, and you see how everything's bent. But also, I see something also is that we need to reignite this divine feminine, because look what they've done to the female, the feminine principle. Look at this. It's that you're a fruitcake, right? You're the rainbow, like your Fruity Pebbles and everything. You see over here, it says Linus, and that's Lloyd over here, and here, Larry. And Larry. See, they're pulling on Lloyd, LL Lloyd, the two L's. Okay? Listen, people. You know what pirates did. You know, you take the body and blood of Christ. That's cannibal blood magic, people. It's crazy. It's fucking, your kids go around on Halloween. And I mean, look, don't misinterpret me, people. The only reason I can see all this shit is because I found it in my own home. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. But you see, balls up the ass with his mouth open. This is clearly all showing you, you know, like jack in, plug into the matrix. Hasbro instead of has a wife and it's crooked. Okay? You can see G-A-Y clearly. Okay, people? Now your silence is consent. Under natural law, people, you need to type in your computer blood over intent and hit enter. Type that into a YouTube search. Blood over intent and enter. And duplicate those videos, people. Heaven's coming to earth. Make no mistake about it. But it's coming under our fucking terms, people. Okay? Not no fucking robot monkeys terms. Okay? You are fucking cross and confused. Spill your blood over your intent that you intend to bring forth heaven on earth. And publish your video right beside the rest of ours. Under natural law, the Pope owns you because your silence is consent. He can come and bang your monkey fucking ass and eat you because you're a robot. And your silence was consent. And they put in stone. They're going to kill everybody down to 500 million people. And you do nothing. You're a fucking retard. You need to spill your blood over your intent because only the devil hides his intent. And I'm informing you, at 360 days, 360 degrees after, one of your eyes will be opened and you will be able to see. And I'm coming up on 720 days, people, and I'm informing you that my second eye is almost open and I can see what's going on. And you're no fucking monkey. And you need to stop acting like one. You're here as an extension of your creator. And you're here to bring forth heaven and earth. And I'm here to remind you, people. Okay? God is a name never to be spoken. You're going to use your... God, that's a word. You're giving all your worship to a word. That's insane. Make no graven images, no false idols. You're here as an extension. You're here to bring forth heaven and earth. You're not a fucking monkey, people. You are not a fucking robot. Okay? You are not a transgender. You are a male or a female. Okay? I imagine a lot of you like to dabble or whatever. Okay? Just don't go transgender on yourself, and I imagine you're fine. You need to become whole and complete, which gives you your whole out of here. Because you're going to have a magnetic residue around you that they're going to target with the light, and you, out of your own free will, are going to walk in out of your own funky monkey malfunction, and you're going to be found right back in the matrix when you could have been out of this place. And I'm here, and I'm telling you, no soul left behind. We got to get everybody out of here, people. Everybody everybody needs to find a way out of the machine, okay? Everybody needs to spill their blood over their intent, because only the devil hides intent, people. Everybody knows that, okay? Round earthers set themselves up above God every 24 hours. The sun comes around over the flat earth plane, and round earthers believe that at nighttime they could dig to China, and if it's nighttime there, that the sun will be beneath their feet. And God is the sun. You'd be saying that God the sun would be beneath your feet. You are on a flat earth plane on the accretion disk of a black hole. You are the food. Man is chewits. Go look at your matzah, people. Man is chewits. You're the freaking fruity fruit cake. And see the Y chromosome? The Y, that's the tie, that's your limp dick, like your hat that you wear when you graduate from school. That's the limp. Okay, G stands for gay unit. X, that's the female chromosome, people. Okay, clearly X missed. That makes no fucking sense. And X marks the spot, like I pointed out. You always get an X means wrong answer. Okay, you sign on the X means wrong answer. That's your straw man that you're vouching for, and that says that you are part of the pirate club. That you are one of Satan's minions with your black robe on. And listen, people. I mean, you need to start earthing and grounding and sun gazing. I mean, come on, people. This is simple shit. Okay? It's all about intent. Right now, this place is powered by intent. Before you get out of here and get into a place where you can make anything happen with a thought, instantly, you need to be here and fixed mentally before you're allowed out there to fuck everybody else up that's outside the cage. Okay? So if you want out of this cage, people, you need to go inward into your heart. And this place is set so that if you can't find your heart, then you can't get the fuck out. So I recommend that you find a way back to your heart through selfless acts of kindness and love for each other. And this place is powered by intent. The Pope owns you. The papal bull state clearly that you are owned until Jesus Christ returns or until you come of age. Your silence is consent. Spill your blood over your intent and publish it to the internet, or your silence is consent.
So it all starts with sex. Your father places you into the space of your mother. That's the Y chromosome. On the hexagram, that turns into a three-dimensional cube. Then your mother births you into time. That's the X chromosome. You spin that, it turns into a swastika. And you're birthed out of your mother's water onto the dock. And, you know, you have your first year that goes by and you have your birthday where you close your eyes, you make a wish, you focus on the black sun, you blow out the candle, you pull out the candle, you suck off the sweets. It's all pointing to the center of the dish where you get your eternal light. It's all about holes and poles. The spirals, it's on everything, showing you the center of the flat earth plane, the engine of creation. You say, amen. You bow your head in prayer to this black sun. You close your eyes, make a wish for the black sun, throw your coin in the wishing well, you blow on the dice. It said, you're so filthy, Luciferian, satanic. You have gold fever virus. You let people die over this worthless paper backed by their own stupidity. You have vampire virus, supposed to be a sun gazer superhuman, not supposed to be eating anything at all. And you have time virus. Time is only for the slaves to get to work on time, pay their taxes on time, get to school on time. It's crazy. You have monster virus. You're lost at sea, officially dead legally. You have mortality virus, supposed to be drinking from the living waters at the center of the flat earth plane. You have shoe virus. You're disconnected from the earth. You have God virus. You place the power of creation outside of you. You have language virus. Language is what the computer speaks. That's what you program computers with. And language is all magic spells. It all starts with the words. You know, you have an idea in your head and you need to drag it into this reality by writing it down, spilling your blood on it, publishing video proof of it, that you're a living being because you've been Borg assimilated. They took your soul off your foot of birth and now you're a filthy fucking necrophiliac lost at sea. You're a witch. Every word you speak is a magic spell. You're a spellcaster. You know, you see guys putting on wigs and dressing up as girls and then going out to clubs and shit like that. I think they call them queens or something like this. So if that's not magic, trying to pull a magic spell over somebody, just like women put on makeup and, you know, putting on slutty clothes or whatever, you know, I mean, I'm into that because, you know, I'm a guy. Seeing hot chicks in sexy clothes and all that, I'm not going to lie to you. But I can see through what's going on. Everything is magic. And I can see that they've been rubbing the center of the flat earth plane in your face since day one. And somehow you don't see it. But I see it because I have the Holy Spirit. Nobody has to like it. I'm bringing forth heaven on earth, and I got gallons of motherfucking blood on it. And that turns out to be the most powerful substance in the universe. It's called spiritual currency. And until you spill yours up and place it beside my own on YouTube, under the blood over intent, you're lost at sea. You're officially dead, and this fucking world is mine. I'm bringing forth the end of days. We're going to drink from the living waters and get eternal life and pass into the land of perpetual twilight where there is no more night and day. It's fucking perpetual twilight, for heaven's sakes. Is everybody that fucking retarded? They can't see that the end of days is good? That's because you're religion. What military order are you from? Everybody's so filthy retarded. It goes beyond measure. All right, here we're looking at Richard C. Baker. Managed Funds and Associates, the CEO, Richard C. Baker. Inescapable. Bring up your old photos, you in your 1st through 4th grade class photos with you and all the kids in the class, and blow up all the eyes. Well, you'll see. Will shock you. 98% of all the kids that are in the class with you have a slit in their eye. And if you bring up enough of your photos, you'll see you got a slit in your eye too. You gotta watch your brain. Nobody escapes this. We are part of the slave class, people. Plain and simple. Nobody escapes this. We need to unite peacefully out of love for each other and a common cause of survival. I'm not saying all these guys are bad. Look, you got a reptilian core to your brain. You got one slit to your eye. But there is a group of these people that do eat humans. And you do need to unite peacefully. And you need to find love for each other. For your survival. How you guys doing? Thanks for joining me. This is the adventures of Mark Twain, and what you're going to see here is that they're rubbing something in your face. I've been telling you, when you die, you need to avoid the light. That's a trick. You're going to end up at the moon, and you're going to have your memories erased, and you're going to be placed back into another womb to live out another lifetime here in the free energy matrix. You're a star at your heart, and you've been trapped in your body, which your 50 trillion cells, your kundalini, which is you have a star at your heart, and now it's forced to take a shit, get horny, get hungry, a pain in your heart, a frog in your throat, a headache, your scalp tightens up. You've been trapped in your body, and once you're free from your body, you need to head for the darkness, for the void, and you need to quiet your head and project from your heart. And they're going to show you this. Take a look. Shh, be quiet. Shh. Now see, he's not entering the light. Heaven is not where the light is, people. You need to enter the void and understand something. You're a powerful creator, as powerful as any other out there. And when you enter the void, you can create from a thought. And your thoughts need to be coming from your heart. Otherwise, whatever you think is going to immediately come into existence, and you're going to end up creating a hell for yourself out of fear. So you get fear, which would be coming from your head, and love would be coming from your heart. And you need to quiet down, because whatever you think is going to immediately come into existence in the void. So they're telling him, you see that? Shh. So let's be very clear with you. When you die, you're going to want to head for the void and shh, because whatever you think
or feel is going to immediately cause something to come into existence. And you need to make sure that you create from your heart. You're going to need to quiet those thoughts in your head, and you need to go within. So when you get to the void, you need to go within to your heart and start creating from your heart, because you will create a hell for yourself if you're not careful. So now you're in this machine right now on the free energy matrix, and things don't immediately come into existence. If you want a sandwich, you need to, the world you're in is powered by intent. If you intend to make a sandwich, you're going to go get yourself some bread and whatever toppings you want on your sandwich, and you would be able to create a sandwich then. And that would take some time. If you don't have bread, you're going to need to go to the store. You see what I'm saying? This is not the case when you head into the void. If you want a sandwich and you think a sandwich is going to appear. If you think of something scary, it's going to appear instantly. And you could find yourself in a world of hurt really quick. So when I say you need to go within to your heart and find your own light, I'm serious here. If you don't, you're going to end up creating a hell for yourself. So let's say you're not ready for the void. Then you could find your way back to the sun. You're a fractal of the sun. The earth is a fractal of the sun. Now, you were fashioned from clay, and you're going to see this right over here. We're going to show you Tom Sawyer again. The Adventures of Mark Twain, and this is Satan's world that you're trapped in. Take a look.
Who are you?
An angel. What's your name? Satan. Oh. What's the matter? Nothing. Only it's sure a sorry name for an angel. Please come in.
You were lured into the solar system, the fake construct, the soul lure. You were lured in. Your soul was lured into a cage, into a box. You're on a flat earth plane. They're rubbing in your face. Satan created you to do work. He brought you in here to do work. He can create more of you when he needs you to do work.
How do you learn to do that? I didn't learn it at all. It comes naturally to me, like other curious things. Are you hungry? Sure am. What kind of fruit do you like the most?
Oranges, apples, grapes.
Now, your children are the forbidden fruit. You know, look up vampire therapy. You'll see that the blood of your children reverses aging. Now, you say to your kid, you're the apple of my eye. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You know, at the teacher's desk, there's an apple. We're talking about the family tree here. So Adam and Eve would have eaten their first child. See the frog over here? They always make sure there's a frog in all your shows, or a lizard or some reptilian. You have a reptilian core to your brain. It's responsible for fight or flight. You're a slave class reptilian. You're the food class. Now see, he's handing them balls of clay. Humans are fashioned from clay. Angels are fashioned from light. And the jinn are fashioned from fire. When you die, you can go back to Mother Earth. You were fashioned from the clay of the earth. You can go back to the earth. You can go to the sun. Now they have you fearing the hell beneath your feet because they don't want you going back to Mother Earth, and they certainly don't want you going back to the sun. You're a fractal of the sun. You only survive by way of the sun through the plants and animals that you eat. Whether you're a vampire, whether you're sun gazer, or you get your energy from the food that you eat, which was created by the sun. The sun goes to the plants, and when they say Jesus turned water into wine, that's the sun. Rain falls down on the plants, and then the grapes grow, and you can make your wine from grapes. It's the sun that did it. You get all your energy from the sun. You've been fashioned from clay. You can go back to the sun if you can make it. But you're going to enter the light, which is going to be a false light, and you're going to end up in the Pac-Man moon with your memory erased, and you're going to be placed back into another embryo in your new mother. And I know this is hard to grasp, but they rub this stuff in your face. People think in the beginning of DreamWorks, they show you the man fishing for souls from the moon, and you play Pac-Man where you chase down your own soul in the Pac-Man moon. They're showing you here the clay and everything. And Look, everything's in plain sight, people. The truth is hiding in plain sight. Now,
even though you are a worthless, greedy lot.
a worthless, greedy lot. That's what you are. You need to worship each other. Time and money needs to go. You have gold fever virus. You let people die over this worthless paper backed by your own stupidity. Everybody's so greedy. Nobody knows how to share. I mean, it's just crazy. I know that it's hard to grasp these things, and you're going to need to understand something that you were told, you should have been told, I guess, in your church would have told you the story that God told Satan to worship man above God himself, and Satan refused, and he was cast down to earth. Now, here you are in your carbon 666 flesh pack. You refuse to worship your fellow man, and you're going to stay here until you learn how to worship each other and create a heaven here on earth. The solution to all problems is everybody starts worshiping each other, and we get rid of time and money. Because the time cube, you're a cube to cube to cube all day. It doesn't matter what cube you're on. Nobody can rip you or your kids away from your cubes. And all your energy is going to the black hole sun. How you guys doing? Thanks for joining me. All right, I'm going to have to move pretty fast and cover this flat earth stuff. I just got so much to show you. Just bear with me, okay? So here you're going to see this is a two-dimensional flat land Xbox that we're living in. This is what you're living in. See how it looks three-dimensional? Like you can dive in there, but it's flat. You're in a three-dimensional hologram or a two-dimensional flat land reality, which only appears to be three-dimensional. And it's literally rubbed in your face. Now, before I get into the flat earth shit, I just got to point out something, okay? Now, the earthing mats, me and Anthony came up with the idea for kits. Just put all the parts that you need into a bag so that you can make your own if you choose to. So you can get one of these. It's daturamonk@gmail.com. Anthony will handle all that, and he'll custom make one for you. And if you don't want that, but you want to make one of your own, well, look at this. How about I just mail you all the parts you need in a little box like that, in a little bag for like $19 or something like that. All right. Now here, let's get on with this video. Now you're going to see in my previous video, I've been pointing out the candy cane over here. Now you see this V over here and the 8. Look at that. This is on cars. Okay, see the V8? All right, the engine. Okay, the V8 engine, they're telling you right there, the engine of creation, like I pointed out in the previous video, is that it's a flat earth plane. It's one end of a black hole is a light hole. So that's the two spheres of influence where you get the Vesica Pisces from. Okay, so football is like see the football over here? They're showing you it's upside down. You have the sun above your head and the water's down below. And this has been flipped on you. So candy canes are showing you that Jesus has to bend his light. So you have straight lines, which are masculine, curved lines, which are feminine, and bent lines are confused. So you can see that it's literally engraved. Look at this shit. It's like right in our. Okay, see loci. Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, but you see it right there, like the barber pole. One black, one white. One end of a black hole is a light hole. So this is a T-girl because Jesus is hung on the cross. If you look at the flat earth plane from the side, it appears that the son Jesus is moving back and forth side by side like this across the flat earth plane. Now you can see the one masculine, one feminine. A 0 is stretched out because it's a Vesica Pisces. It has the as above and below, the alpha and omega. You can see that your father places you into the space of your mother. That's the Y chromosome that turns the hexagram into a three-dimensional cube, and your mother births you into time. And it's the X that you spin, and it turns into a swastika, the feminine. And you see here, radiator springs, everything, all in L. All in L. L is the God, the Father above your head. This is the four-faced four-letter God at the top, in charge of your four-letter DNA. D is the fourth letter, N is the 14th letter, A is the first letter. But it's actually the tribe of Dan. They told you in the Bible that the Antichrist would come from the tribe of Dan. That's you. They switched everything up. They flipped everything on its head. Don't you see it? It's that liquid. You go into a church and you kneel down towards the feminine and you put holy water, feminine whole water on your head. Okay, listen, people. You're caught in the Xbox right now. You need to focus, okay? You see how time is bent? You see how they're bending everything? You see that this shit is rubbed in your fucking face, okay? It's over here, it says control room, okay? As seen on TV, everything about see the double cross over here they're showing you on all the photos that they're going to send you on this. Look, I got this shit as a present from the family in 1976. Okay, when I was a little kid. And you see, I see the double cross symbol on there on every one of the things that they come in, and every one of this is fucking crazy, okay? Now you'll see. Okay, on the Navy stuff, you see over here, it's a flat earth plane. Okay? It's in a flat earth plane under a dome, like this. Okay? You run a flat earth plane under a dome like this. Okay? And you, look at this. Bone us. Okay? Warning, choking hazards, gay rage, pop-ups. Okay? This is rubbed in your fucking face. Okay? You know this guy bends over 90 degrees, the other guy tilts and forward. I mean, tipping 90 degrees, all these gay things, tennis, the T-anus. Okay? The pro-gay ram, the G is definitely gay. All right? This is crazy, people. Okay? They're rubbing in your face. You see the wave and the Vesica Pisces. It's literally on everything you'll see. All right, hold on. See the panda bear? Okay, and it says, as nutty as a fruitcake. So that's why they call you a fruitcake or a flame, because you have curved lines which are feminine, straight lines which are masculine. So the flame, the candle would be the masculine, the flame would be the feminine. So you call him a flaming gay. All right? Everything about this stuff that you'll see with your kids' stuff, it's crazy. Radiator Springs, everything's homosexual magic. It's freaking crazy. Okay, so here's the hexagram. This is what you're in right now under the it's like their hexagram. They're telling you that's what you're living under. Okay, and they're rubbing it in your face that you've been hexed, and you're caught in this loop. And you need to become whole and complete and bring your Vesica Pisces together, which gives you your whole out of here. That's the key. And hold on. You'll see they're really into phallics, these guys. These guys are really into the building these big, tall things like skyscrapers. Everything's to make it big, tall penises. You see over here, you're trapped in a loop until you become whole and complete and make your Vesica Pisces. Everything is confused, and now it's in the figure 8 and in the loop, and you can't get out until you become whole and complete and get your whole out of here. So Lucy is the gatekeeper. Now, there's the moon up there. The moon stole away the divine feminine. Now you're not on Lucy's cycle. Now you're on this menstrual cycle according to this fake imposter woman that is the moon, a harsh mistress. Like stars or souls will show you. In the shade, the moonlight, it's warmer when you're outside of the moonlight, and then when you go into the moonlight, it gets colder. Okay? A harsh, cold mistress is what I see. Is what they're telling you, that the moon has fucked up the feminine principle completely. And it's this reptilian shit on everything. Look at this. It's eye frogs in the bend there. You'll see he's bent 90 degrees. And Kenny's fucking been raped. His parents were in the occult. And you're Wally, your E is for everybody. And everybody's fucking bent. Okay? And stuck up against a wall. It's some crazy shit, people. Look at this turtle fucking face on there. Look at that. You don't want that? Look at this. 4 stealthy. Okay, strawberries. You're a nutcake. That's because you're in a closet homosexual. You're still in a closet with someone. You see, he's got his hands full. And turtle's turning. And you got a turtle on his back, and he's fucked. This is the macaroni box. You push in the hole. You got to put your finger up his ass. Okay? Artsy fartsy. 365, you should look, there's 360 degrees in a circle, people. You have no common sense. Okay? Everybody's fucking confused. Look at this shit. That's like Miley Cyrus shit. Okay? Anything you see on TV is fake. You might as well fucking listen, people. Okay? It's all hiding in plain sight. Alright? Drilling for oil, black oil, and you know, you see the phallus and you see the $3 bill, the 3, they're telling you something, okay? And look at this. 2 times 3 is 6, so like a 6-6 thing. They're always got these 6-6-6. Hold on. I'm a player freaking. Okay. So you got semen, encouragement, This sounds like joy and stuff you're gonna see on like porn site. XXX. That's like the Xbox, and you'll see the front of the box. It's crazy, people. You are inside the Xbox right now. All right. Now take a look at this. Luigi bends over 90 degrees. This guy in every photo he's bent. Okay. Now look at this. Cross with 2 holes. The feminine. All right. A woman has 2 holes. Then you have a wrench or a Y, a masculine, with 2 nuts. Okay? And then they're showing you blue, it should be blue and red. Okay, the masculine, the feminine. Now, a man has 1 hole and he's got 2 holes. Right? Now you have like raw. I'm gonna go deep, people. Let's go deep. Pixar, the Pie Czar. The Pie Czar, he takes your young girls and turns them out with all these videos. It's all homosexual magic. This is what they think of you. Lightning Flashy McQueen is a queen. McQueen, Ka-chow, in the gay raw, in a gay rage. Okay? And published by Klutz. You're a freaking Klutz and you're bent. And Ka-chow. Look at this shit. It's just crazy. See, he's got 2 holes they're showing you down below. It's supposed to be a feminine there. And, ooh, I win. Okay? It's just crazy. Ew, and back. Okay? They're just, it's just this funny shit. You'll see, like, Mac, he pulls into Mac's ass, and Toe Mater, he toes, and she's just passing through. So she doesn't know what she's doing. She's confused. She's just passing through. She's purple. She's confused. Okay? And, listen, it's on everything. Look at this. The gay Raj, and you see 2 dicks to suck on, and gas sack. All right, hold on. And this was just funny, people. Choking hazard, bone us, pop-up, gay rage. How is it that people don't see this stuff? I mean, I remember this was on the desk. It didn't make nothing of it. But look, it's the 1 eye on everything. It's 1 eye. It's on everything. You are trapped. The Navy shows you on the hat that it's a flat earth plane filled with water. It's like that dish. It's like you see the dish. It's just like a Navy hat and filled up with water. That's what they're showing you. And they're showing you the chain around you, showing that you're locked in. Clearly. Okay? You are locked in here, people. Okay? You are locked in. This is like a computer simulation, and it's over the black hole sun that's spinning like this, giving you your spiral and your vortex, and the sun puts this light into the hole at the center of this. The aurora borealis is the green light coming up. That's the green astral light, the chi, the vril. And so listen, it's just, I could go on and on. Look at this. It's the seal of like Saturn right there. See? And you know what the P symbol is? That's the corner of the cube. Just turn the right side up. You'll see it. So you see the hat right there filled with water. That's what they're showing you. That's why their hats are flat. And I'm telling you, it makes perfect sense. It's the 2 circles, okay? And they're showing it to you on freaking everything, people. Now, let's see here. Neodymium magnet. Take any one of your dry foods, place it on water. Okay? Maybe see the corner of the cube right there. Take that 1 line out. You'll see it's the corner of the cube right there. It's the Y right there, the corner of the cube. Just take that 1 line out of the top right there. You'll see it's the cube. Just like the Mercedes symbol. It's the Mercedes symbol also. All right. So here, it's a neodymium magnet. Put it on anything metal like this and drop any one of your dry foods in water, and you'll see. Just go like this. You'll drag the fur. It's crazy. I'm telling you. It's look. You hear that sound? That's what that is, circle jerking. Look, you and your kids are crossing confused. Everybody is fucking mentally retarded and they can't see what's hiding in plain sight. Like you'll hear Enoch, the sons of Cain. You see this? Cain in reverse is Enoch. Ra. Okay, look. There you go. Enoch. There it is. There's your connection there. Look at this. Strategy, rat. So here you got Raz and Terut. And the sun is caught on the cross from the side of the earth plane. It would look like the sun is moving in the T, or just like this, back and forth. So when you go into a church, you kneel down, you go like this, Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Okay, that's the 4-face, 4-letter God above your head. You go down to your chest, showing like Mother Earth, the divine feminine, and then the sun going left and right. That's a Jesus Lucy loop. That's the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. And it is conscious. I know it's conscious because when I sun gaze, I actually place my intent. It was never about your wishes, people. It was about your intent. It's not about your wishes. I place my intent into the sun while I'm barefoot on dry soil, and I stare into the sun following the HRM protocol. So look that up. You'll see, okay, sun gazing is real, people, and you should see my videos. Just go to my channel, hit the videos button, and you'll see. If you scroll down to sun gazing and earthing explained, you can just watch my video. Look, you could email me. It's superlumitv@gmail.com. I reply to everybody. I'm cool. Now look, miss, miss and mass. This is just too funny, people. Okay. The arrow pointing up is masculine, and they're showing you like the black hole sun and the green ass trailing light coming out. Ball. You play with balls. It's your rocket kids. Everything's bent. Mac, he pulls up into Mac's ass. The queen pulls up into his ass. He's always bent. All these guys are always bent and look with their tails up in the air. It's just fucked up, people. It's just fucked up. This whole fucking $1 trillion that they stole from us for this fake NASA shit. Now they're throwing NASA under the bus, and now they're going to get you back to the Bible because the Bible is listen. The Bible's telling you if you believe in round Earth, then you are placing yourself above God every 24 hours. Now, the Pope says, okay, that you are owned until Jesus Christ returns. Jesus Christ is the Son, and he returns every 24 hours, so you're in luck, people. I recommend you spill your blood over your intent and publish it right beside the rest of ours under blood over intent. So that means what you want to do is go to your computer and type into a search on YouTube, blood over intent, and hit enter. And you'll see many of us is spilling our blood over our intent that we're bringing forth heaven on earth. And we ain't, look, there's a lot of people want to do this fucking world in. You know who's a shill? Their blood ain't beside the rest of ours. Okay, only the devil hides intent. Everybody knows that in every culture, every fucking language. Okay, it's very clear, people, that the rats, they even tell you on I remember Nat Geographic, the dead souls of the family members are in the rats. They show you that shit, okay? It's like literally you're made of star dust. You're the fucking rats, okay? You're the rats. Rats. Ra is stuck on the cross, okay? The snake, the moon, the fake female they brought in here to throw everything off. It's probably a hologram. Somebody said it was like Mount Olympus up there that floats around catching souls or whatever. And it's the control room up there, somewhere up there, okay? Likely under I don't know, people. I don't know all that. So I can tell you this, they have big floating shit up there that, like they showed you in all those movies and stuff, big floating aircraft carriers and shit. They got stuff that's crazy whack, but it only goes up so high. It's under the dome. Nobody gets out of the dome. You think they got machines and open portals to get out of here? You're fucking stuck in the computer, people. They want you to believe that you can get out of here, but you cannot. You're in a fucking cage. You're a hologram. You cannot leave you're not Moriarty. You can't. I mean, even Moriarty couldn't leave the fucking holodeck. What makes you think you're going to get off the holodeck? Okay, people? You're crossing confused. I'm telling you, you're in a fucking computer simulation. You're a flatlander, okay? You are a flatlander, okay? And you're in a hologram. Everything's fake and flat. Your leaders are fake. Everything's fake. AIDS is fake. They had the cure for everything a long time ago. They print these guys off. A soulless army of soulless beings that are programmed. You're in the Mickey Mouse Matrix, okay? And you're fucking confused. You can't see what's hiding in plain sight. Most of you are literally retarded. All your food is fucking killing you. And you won't even get a neodymium magnet and speak up. You want to spill your blood over your intent? Only the devil hides intent. It's that you're a fucking part of the problem, people, not part of the solution. Okay, now I love you. Until you place your blood beside the rest of ours, you're the fucking shill.
How you doing? Thanks for joining me. So you see this? Remember this from Beetlejuice when the people left their house? This creature would come after them, and it's got this big red eye like the sun. And here I'm looking through the advertising to see what type of symbols they're rubbing in her face, and I see this cannibal cheese. It's fruity. It's like the dog-eat-dog world. One side of a light hole is a black hole. This underlying feature that they're rubbing in our face, okay? At the center of the dish they're showing you is the land of milk and honey. It's obvious. That is the place we need to get to, people. The center of the dish. And you know, what's kind of funny is that, you see, I see this thing over here. It says, I got the job. And when you flip it over, it says, I go, see the J, into the hole at the center of the dish. And then EN, like in. And then this is like the 7. That's like the division sign with the dot and the dot into the center of the dish. I go in. See that into the hole? It's like the 007. I-007. That's like the 700 Club. Everything is the 2-ball cane. It's crazy when it's rubbed in our face, people. That, you know, people think the Cain and Abel story and the Jesus and Satan story and all these things it's all the same story. Nimrod. It's right there. The Nimrod right there going into the hole. Everything is the same story over and over and over. So you hear wormwood and all these things. They're telling you. That's because the sun has to bend its light into the hole. They're rubbing in your face. That's funny. You say, Satan this, Satan that. Look at your Christmas tree. That's a swastika you've been setting up every year. And that's the arrow that's the arrow that pierces Jesus Christ who's on the cross. You see it? It's an arrowhead. And you string it with spiral lights down it and you kiss under the mistletoe, and it's the 666, as above, so below, all over your face. But you just can't see it because you're like bent and confused. You graduate from school and you put this thing on your head. You're not straight up and down like the civil flag shows you. You don't even know what a civil flag is. There's no sandbags around your school, your home. You don't drive Humvees. You don't wear fatigues. You don't carry machine guns. You're not going to a military school. You should have a civilian flag flying around your home and at your schools and all your public places, because the civil flag says it says don't shoot us, we're women and children. So they wipe this out of your brains. They consider you the rat. See it? You think you're a star, but you're really the rats. Then you smoke your mentee hole cigarettes, and they're laughing in your face. You think the Bible is telling you something it's not. Cain and a bull, and Jesus and Satan, and your candy canes. It's just funny. You put your wedding ring on your limp finger, not on your fuck you finger. That's because you're on wormwood, and they're laughing at you, that you can't see anything, that they rub the shit in your face, that you see this pawn over here, you need to get in that hole at the center of the dish now. Now, people, we need to get to the center of the dish where every compass points to. Now, that's the land of milk and honey. Okay? That's where we need to get to. How's it going? Thanks for joining me. The flat earth information, take a look. You see this symbol right over here, the check mark, which is like a J, or it's like the sun looking in from the black hole sun, where Jesus, the sun, places his light into the hole. Okay, and out from the hole comes the green astral light, or the creation light. Like DNA is the 4-letter code, which is CTAG, or in reverse, green ash trailing charge. Like what you see shooting out of the hole from the black hole sun. And, you know, pirates, you know, have the one eye and the booty. And you see, they want your booty, like somebody pointed out. And you see Mr. Garrison is bent 90 degrees, his arm, he's green. And you see the candy cane, like hat, which is over his head. Like you wear like you wear a condom over your head. He's wearing this over his head like a condom. And he's got the stripes like the candy cane. And you see Jesus has to place his light into the hole, which makes him cisgender. And that's where you get Bruce Jenner, who's cisgender, okay? And he's the butt of all the jokes, right? And you can see like Joker, the butt, you moon somebody, that's your butt, right? Joker's the butt of all the jokes. See the moon over there? And see the red and the purple, red into the purple. Okay, so here, red into the purple. He's the Joker. All right? And Jesus places his light into the hole, which causes the engine of creation to spin. Okay, which makes the world go round. All right? Of course, the ball, that's a charm idea, is what they're telling you. And it's funny how this charm won't stand up for its life, is because it won't hold up its weight. Okay, and it's what they're telling you. And you can see over here all the symbols showing you right here on the Blink 182. Basically, what you're seeing here is that Jesus goes around the earth moving inward and outward, okay? Bringing the seasons like the Pistons. Every time it goes around 1 year, that's 360 degrees, not 365, 360 degrees. Whatever you've done in your, it's gone full circle. If you've written down on a piece of paper, you intend to bring forth heaven on earth, and you spill your fucking blood on it, and then you publish video proof of it to the internet, that goes into the Ethernet, into the engine of creation. And the engine of creation is hooked up to the Ethernet. The Holy Spirit, I'm telling you, is connected to the freaking matrix. So you're on the chessboard right now, and there's a dome, is what they're showing you. The Tower of Babel wouldn't have gone up to the sky. It would have been everybody trying to get to the center of the dish, where all compasses point to get to the Holy of Holies, where the Fountain of Youth comes shooting out. Okay? The Fountain of Youth comes shooting out. Jesus the Son places his light into the hole, and out from the hole comes the green astral light. So, gender bender. You see, gender bender, it goes both ways. It's check mark. But if you turn it upside down, it's literally showing you Jesus placing his light into the butthole. Alright? And God is the green astral light that comes out and showers down upon us, on all of us. That would be the black hole sun, which you can call Lucifer, which is actually the divine feminine, the living dynamo. And you can see this is the rubbing in your face. The flatter's claim. Somebody sent me an email, and he showed me and all the symbols he's seeing also, and you're seeing them also. They're rubbing in your face. So you see Jesus places his light into the hole. Okay, the Mother Earth. You see it bent, crooked, tilted. They're showing you. You can turn this to the left, which would be like you turning your head to the right and correcting things, and you see like the U is showing you a wormhole, folding of space. It's one side of a light hole is a black hole. One electron universe balanced by a positron. Time going in one direction, time going in the other direction. You see the two stars, which is actually one star, one side of it's one coin, two sides. It's, you see the power button? You got to go to the center of the dish where all compasses point to. And they're rubbing in our face, people. Captain, you see this? This fusion bull, this stuff that is constantly being rubbed in our face, that fusion. They're trying to show you something here. A balanced person has both their left and right side of their brain. And you can't see that. You go to the polls, and you're picking for, I don't care which candidate you pick for. If you pick for any of them, you're going along with their rouge. And you're going to be fucked up your ass, because everybody knows what you do with polls. And you can see over here the eye right over there. And if you turn the check mark upside down, that's showing you Jesus placing his light into the hole. That's why we have candy canes showing you this. And dinosaurs dinosaurs are hoax. Look at this. What's his name? Eric Dubai. He's very, very thorough. Very thorough. But he's not thorough enough because he's not pointing at the astrolite. He's not pointing out that you're living in a hologram and that you are fucking confused. That you are a star at your heart. You were trapped here inside this cage. Grabbed at the Jew ate. Man is Chewits. You would be the food, people. Okay? You're the freaking food. And it's rubbed in your face. Again, I remember the Glamour logo. If you turn it sideways, it shows you it's the reptilian eye. And you see, they rub this shit in your face, people. That you're in the fucking bird cage, like I pointed out. They come down to mate with the daughters of man. Look what they do to women. Listen, this is called lesser magic. They rub it in your hand they rub it in your face to take your blood off your master's hands. They said everybody you know is lost and confused, you are part of the minions. And all compasses point to the center of the dish where Jesus places his life into the hole. And let's see here. You, okay, Carl, have been raised on whack jobs. You can't even see it. Take a look at this. It's crazy. Maggots to the moon. Chimps to the moon. Okay, this is not a joke, people. You're fucking retarded if you think that they've ever been to the moon. They told you the evening is Eve, so the moon would be Eve, made from the rib of the earth, and the earth is like a grid, okay? It's made of parts that a piece was taken from to make Eve, and what that says, that's fucked up this. What you have here is one side of a light on the black. Okay, and now there's something else in the matrix that was broken off from the original creation to fuck everything up. And you can see now everything's confused. You can see over here. Okay, now you were confused. You don't know which way to go. The tarot cards. Tarot is the bull, the two bulls. One side of a light hole is a black hole. A star and reverses rats. So you see, like this. It's bent forward. It's supposed to be a red and blue wave, but you see here, it's clearly a blender, and it's bent forward. Okay, and you can see over here that that's a Vesica Pisces supposed to be going up and down. A woman's vagina is not sideways. Okay. You know, Yoda, he's like over here, look at him with this green ass. You see the green ass light? It's the snake, like the Ouroboros, the dragon coming out of the center of the earth. Okay. They want you to believe that the abyss is bad or something, but that's where the green astron light shoots out at the center of the dish where all compasses point to. And that's where we need to be. That's where the found of youth is, people. So what they've done is they turned Mother Earth, this green astron light, into this Yoda. So inside the cube is the divine mother, the living dynamo, the engine of creation, and we are in free fall over the black hole sun on the accretion disk, and you are in a cage, and rats raw is what you are. Rats raw. Okay? And they've turned this beautiful woman into, like, picture the divine mother, a beautiful woman has now been turned into this. Okay? Listen, if you vote, people, that's poles. See, you're pole. Both poles, it's two dicks. Fucking assholes. See that? Dicks and assholes. The other way is a vagina with a butthole. Okay? So what you have is a gay gangbang right there. Fusion. FEMA is feminine male. Okay? You go to midnight mass. That's the feminine. You kneel down to the feminine, place holy water on your head. You see over here the spinning to the left. Feminine. Gay everyone. G, gay everyone. X-rays, you know, the X marks the spot at the center of the dish where the green astron light shoots out. And it can see through you because this is what writes the Akashic record. Everything's all written on the Akashic record. So Mother Earth. Okay, you see the green, Jesus places his light into the hole, and the green astral light comes out, hits the parabolic mirror, and showers down. That's God. Okay? It's the Jesus Lucy loop, is what they're telling you. At the center of the dish would be the Holy of Holies, and that's where we would want to go to find our way out of the box. World War II, they say, is still going on because Japan and Russia never signed over a set of islands. So you see, he's sticking the flag, or which is the word fag, and they place the L in there, and the L is bent 90 degrees, showing you, like Jesus, you're either straight or what? You're bent and confused. So it's showing you the reason Jesus placing his light into the asshole. It is what it is, people. They're telling you it's because the ass trailing light. And not from the ass trailing. So you see here, they're bent, humping each other. He's trying to get it into the hole. The fourth guy trying to get it into the hole. Okay? That's just some funny ass shit, people. So, the moon that fucked everything up. See, what you have is on a clock. You see it like on a clock. You see the two dots. One side of a light hole's a black hole. And you've seen like a division sign. Turn it sideways. It's the left and right side of your brain, or the computer's brain. And now there's a virus in here, which is the moon, which is a rib of the earth, which is Adam, which is made into Eve. And this is the Pac-Man, who's going to pack your fucking soul back into an embryo. And you're going to be vacuumed up if you walk into the light. Alright? And you'll be placed back into the Jesus Lucy loop. What you want to do is before you're dead, you want to get to the center of the dish, where the gas-showing light is shooting out of the dish, out from the center of the dish. And this is where you will get everlasting life, people. It's that we have to go to the center of the dish where all compasses point to. That's what we're going to find. That's where we're going to find everything that we want. It's there. That's where home is, people. It's at the center of the dish where Jesus places his light into the hole, into Mother Earth or the Virgin Mary. And the Immaculate Conception happens, which is the green astral light shooting out, which creates the Divine Mother. And you see over here, that eye is caged off from you. You are not allowed to access that hole, which is the Divine Mother. Okay? You Anglo-Saxon danger, they're saying a Saxon danger. It's shooting its bent. It's not shooting straight up and down like the civil flag, the stripes go up and down. They're not bent like on a military flag. The American flag that you pledge allegiance to is the military flag. Because this is times of war, they say. But the civil flag says, don't shoot us, we're women and children. Okay? When they got rid of that flag, that's because everybody's so fucking stupid they can't see anything. You don't drive Humvees. You don't have sandbags around your house. Your kids don't go to military school. You should have a civil flag where the stripes go up and down. Type that into a computer and you'll see it. But right now, you were the grad that the Jew ate. Man is Chubits. They came here to mate with the daughters of man, and they caged up the virgins and fucked them and steal the baby and give them whatever they do, because the blood of children reverses aging, and then they feed the babies to the women so that the new babies come out are more tender, and this process goes on. It's very, very sick. And you're under a pro-glide invasion. You've been spoon-fed. They're gearing up for a fake alien invasion. You know, the Vatican, the Pope can't be the vicar of Christ because he's a pedophile. And he believes, or he's pushing onto you ideas that there's no dome there, that outer space and aliens exist, which makes you fucking retarded. He can't possibly be the vicar of Christ. He would have to spill his blood over his intent, because only the devil hides his intent. And he would want to publish it to the Ethernet so that the God would see it. But he's not going to do that. And you see over here, there's a dome up there, like city. You see the two eyes, the two pillars. They're showing you one side of a light hole is a black hole. It's that right over there. Okay? That's what we're looking at right over here. Just got to turn it right. Or your head to the right. To make it 90 degrees corrected. Because you're not bent left. Okay? You need to go right. Okay? Or right. Just to safety. See that? And left is the death. You know? You can see that the Twin Towers, I showed you pictures in a previous video that they're hollow and they were radio mass, and You can say you knew somebody who lived there and went there. It was an observation tower. It was the Twin Towers were built to be destroyed. Okay, to usher in what you call the New World Order is the internet itself, people. That's what they are. The entire Earth plane, and now you are connected, and you have an electronic footprint. Everything you text, everything you watch, everything about you is kept in prison systems, NSA. Okay, that's what it looks like, people. They rub it in our face, just like I showed you in previous videos. And you see something over here, gender theft. The best a man can get, right? Gillette is the best a man can get. Gillette. Double cross it. Ill. G-ill. Gay ill. Et. That's what I see right there. The best a man can get is, that's because the divine feminine has been cut off, and now you are bent and confused. You see how the gun is like a J, arm bent? Okay? Yoda, look at it. This people. You see this? You're a caveman. You've been cubed. You see this? This is my son came home with this from school. The Valentine's Day thing that they force our kids to go through. Try harder is what I see first. Not I try harder like you're seeing at first, but it's I harder. The red is the masculine. The blue is the feminine.
Wedding never promise.
You know.
Oh.
It's that horns.
Oh, dear.
Gender blender is all over fucking this shit, people. And you know, St. Pauli's girl, Paulie and St. Pauli, that don't go together. Like Bud and Light, that don't go together. You see, we will change, or we'll change the world. You know, that came from the we, the I with the two eyes up. That's no longer bipolar. And that's not two. It's like one masculine, one feminine. Now it's the single freedom tower, which is the gender bender. And this thing's hollow, people. It's right. It is said to be destroyed. Take a look. Hollow Twin Towers. Blow your freaking mind. And I got so much more to show you, people.
I don't know. But you. Oh.
100%, bro. I'm talking about the road shit. I ain't talking about when people break in the house. That's real people. These little operations right on. That's real shit. That's real humans and shit. That's real.
I've seen they made me sleep for a while.
People doing bad shit, but when it comes to
yeah. Now hacking my computer.
Tags, the one headlights, the different color coordinations that you see repeated patterns of, it's not always people.
I try to put it on people at the most, bro. Like, but I know it's a computer, but I just like, I can't wrap my mind around like
Conspiracy Underground channel.
But I know like that plays a big part in it, bro. Like, but I like
the computer is manipulating all of
AI computer systems.
reality. The computer is manipulating because the computer is in charge of the thinking, everything. It got its own consciousness, right? So it's manipulating all of reality. Now people are involved. I'm not taking away no, but there's
Yahtzee 666 doesn't place.
y'all gonna tell me that this is normal? Like, dog, you are fake TIs. Abe, you're fake. Targeted Tony, you're fake. You can't film this shit, bro. You're gonna tell me that this is something that everyone sees every day, bro? I live in a small, concentrated area. Like, I'm not looking for these. These people drive in front of me. And you cornball ass TIs, bro. Lame ass niggas pretending to go through this shit. Fucking not working. You ain't doing shit. Worry about conspiracy underground. Get off my nuts, nigga. Pussy ass nigga. Film this shit every fucking day. The rest of my life, guaranteed. Game stalking. It's not me making this shit up. Nerf Gorilla, suck a fucking zebra cock, you bitch. Y'all gonna tell me that this is normal? Like, dog, you are fake TIs. Abe, you're fake. Targeted Tony, you're fake. You can't.
Wow.
and I can say that because on the 24th of March 1985, William Barr became Attorney General.
Know him well. I love him well.
William Barr actually called Vice President Bush via SATCOM and talked to him about the loss of over $100 million in assets. You all know the enterprise today.
Can't hear it.
Operation Dolly North.
I'm gonna close it down now, Chip.
$100 million. Who got their grubby hands on that?
It was decided there were three entities involved, not one particular person, but Noriega had involvement, Seal, Barry Seal had involvement.
I can't hear that.
Governor
Dude, I see 1,000 of these a week, bro. No one sees as many 666 plates, and I'm only in one small part of this state, bro. It's not like I'm traveling around the whole state doing this shit.
I see 1,000 of these a week, bro. No one sees as many 666 plays, and I'm only in one small part of the state, bro. It's not like I'm traveling around the whole state doing this shit. Dude, I see 1,000 of these a week, bro. No one sees as many 666 plays, and I'm only in one small part of the state, bro. It's not like I'm traveling around the whole state doing this shit. Dude, I see 1,000 of these a week, bro. No one sees as many 666 plays, and I'm only in one small part of the state, bro. It's not like I'm traveling around the whole state doing this shit.
So much conquering divide going on online as well.
Dude, I see 1,000 of these a week, bro. No one sees as many 666 plays, and I'm only in one small part of the state, bro. It's not like I'm traveling around the whole state doing this shit.
This individual is so gotta be careful with that.
Dude, I see 1,000 of these a week, bro. No one sees as many 666 plays, and I'm only in one small part of the state, bro. It's not like I'm
It's
traveling
the
around the
direct
whole
use of
state doing this
technology
shit.
too. Happening.
Dude, I see 1,000 of these a week, bro. No one sees as many 666 plays, and I'm only in one small part of the state, bro. It's not like I'm traveling around the whole state doing this shit. Dude,
That's his channel then. This is meant to be individual GI. I think it's in Europe.
Show the user the symbols, whatever. It might be if the program has used the scroll symbol as a subtle dog whistling abuse tactic to harass you with, they were sensitized with this, and it's associated to murder threat. Then let's say you subscribe to Richard Brandon or another big influencer. I'm not using Richard Brandon as just kind of on a legal basis. I'm saying that this happened, so I'm using Richard Brandon as an example. And then he will start doing, the program gets to him, they don't subscribe to him. I will see the next upload he does, he's got a skull on it, like a skull t-shirt, or the thumbnail will be doing a skull, something like that. That's a dog whistling abuse tactic, as it's called. And it's a way to abuse the target on the sly in front of others, and it's intended to make you discredit you to talk about it too. It's intended to make you sound crazy to talk about it. Yeah, so it's the point. I had a assistant on my channel recently, and they used the mirroring tactic to create my channel. And mirroring is something that people use in narcissists and psychopaths, sometimes flying monkeys in narcissists and psychopaths, where they know that you have good defenses. If you pick up on toxic behavior, you will block people. So sometimes they'll do the love bombing or the mirroring tactic to get you to accept them, to entertain them. And I had that happen recently. So I have videos talking about Richard Brandon. I've been told of Richard Brandon, you abused me on the sly in front of others. He mocked me. I was in his live stream. He singled out my comments, started mocking me live with his viewers. And I made videos talking about Richard Brandon being toxic, and talking about how I felt like he's told me before. And then I've also been talking about how I got CPTSD, autism, and ADHD. And I've healed. Like I've seen great improvements. I've healed these things. I've healed my CPTSD and my PTSD. And I've seen great improvement in my ADHD, my autism. And then this person comes to my channel. Oh, I've also been told about mirroring. I've also been told about Richard Brandon. So I also think it's toxic. And he's done the same thing you said that you did to me too.
And then the recent thing that exposed the left the comment. I have autism, ADHD, CPTSD, and sometimes you get a sharp pain. Sometimes I have sharp pains in my body. So that they're mirroring. It's like the first, what are the chances that somebody comes to my channel with the censorship and everything else? What are the chances that somebody will come to my channel that also has like the 3 diagnoses that I've been like, well, I'm self-diagnosed with CPTSD, but autism and ADHD, I have government papers and I have no psychosis. What are the chances that somebody will find my channel that is pretty small, with less than 200 subs, that have the same 3 things that I've been talking about on my YouTube channel, having autism, ADHD, and CPTSD. I've been talking about that many times that I have these things. And I've also talked about having Richard Grant and claiming that I feel as if he's been quoted. What are the chances that somebody else will come to my channel, that also has autism, ADHD, CPTSD, and has had problems with Richard Grant? What are the chances? Statistically, it's very unlikely, especially if you take into consideration the fact that I'm full spam, shadow ban, essentially, even they hide my channel. And what I realized again, reverse engineering, what they were doing was trying to cover up the murder attempts by the system that I've had. So it's perception management, and I get different flavors of this. So they want people, I'm speaking the truth, and they don't want people, the system will always work to discredit truth speakers in the system, to work to expose the system. So I realized that the fact that they use this now, I've talked about this at length in live streams. They will do this if I talk about government things or individuals. Sometimes the system will send fake or individuals to my channel, and their job is to make themselves sound crazy. And that will discredit me as an individual by association, and also discredit the public or government things or public. Like if somebody will come in now, I got my PI too, for France in a comment, and then if somebody goes clicks their channel, they're gonna have things that are intended to make the person look crazy on the channel. It's like, I'm a total individual, I get attacked by satellite space, email, voices in my, I hear voices in my head. Like these are fake intelligence agent, fake PIs. 90+% online, so-called total individuals, are fakes, and they work for the system. So it's perception management. And I realized what this system agent seeded well. I realized that what they were doing was that they're trying to cover up murder attempts that I've had by the system. I've been talking about being a total individual government gang stalking. I've been talking about different murder attempts. I've been talking about going to a dentist. I have a video up on my old channel. I have it up with just 3 likes on this channel. I got 50+ likes on my old channel, that video, and a bunch of views and comments from other people saying they had the same thing happen or whatever. So thanking me for warning them about this. But on this channel, it's got 3 likes. Beware of dentists, and I'll talk about an experience that I had meeting a total individual government things more than they go to Saturn. And it mirrors the Saturn with Nazi German, not Nazi, post-Nazi German government in the 70s and 80s. And in the video I talk about, I speak the truth. I will go to a dentist. She starts putting my teeth in this dental expander. She gets this tooth up here, and she starts putting harder and harder and harder at it until I feel a sharp pain in my tooth. And I go, ow! And I felt like a pain. And when she was putting with a sharp metal object at the tooth, it's called dental expander. And then I go, and I start having pain. This pain here, coinciding with neck pain and head pressure. And I've been dealing with that on and off for I think it's at least 2 years now. With a tooth infection. And it's long. It's like timeline of events. I've never had pain in this tooth. Never. I've had some molars extract. Like the back teeth. And I think up here with the back teeth. Pain in this tooth up here. Never. In my life. Never had pain. Never had a pull with this tooth up here. I'm not of events. It's better. So Mike has never had problems with his tooth up there. He goes to a dentist. During the procedure, the dentist starts putting his teeth with this dental explorer, which looks like a hook, a sharp hook. And she goes from tooth to tooth. This is something the dentist do, and I do recommend that you do twice before you let it do that. What I do if I go to the dentist now, which I avoid unless I have a real problem, I will tell them I don't want you to use the dental explorer. And the last time I was there, I asked for some X-ray, the tooth thing. And I said before I even started like pulling out his tools to look at it, I don't want to use dental explorer with this sharp tooth because last time somebody did that, I got a tooth infection for that. And the guy went, okay, I can use this blunt one. And they have a blunt tip explorer. I said, okay, you can use that. And he just gently tapped the teeth with. But what she did this dentist, they created a tooth infection. She starts poking, it's sharp. She starts poking one teeth to the other. And she gets this tooth up here, like it is generator. And she started that tooth and she starts poking at it. Several times, like farther and farther and farther and farther until it breaks the tooth. I go, ow, I get a sharp pain signal. Ow, hurts, sharp pain. And this tooth I never had a pain in after this happened. Okay, so it's like long. It's like, and use your critical thinking skills. I've never had pain here. Go to dentist. She starts poking at this tooth up here. When she's poking this tooth up here with a sharp metal object, I feel sharp pain. Something like, ow, something. Okay, I feel pain when she's poking this tooth. Later on, I go home. I don't think more about that. I go home. And then, I don't remember if it was 1 day, 3 days, 2 weeks, but not long after this dental, I start having pain up here in the same tooth that I had a pain in that she poked, and she created a hole, poked a hole in my tooth, created tooth infection, right? And then I start having pain in that specific tooth, same tooth up there. And I've been dealing with that for, I think it's more than 2 years now. And later on, I can deal with the tooth pain here, coincide with neck pain and head pressure. I believe that was the problem getting to the dentist ahead of my appointment and telling her to do this. Because they know that dentists know, it's common knowledge, conspiracy theory, that teeth infection can lead to heart attacks and strokes. Some dentists even talk about this. It's not only alternative medicine doctors talk about that. There are even the mainstream big pharmacia system dentists who say that yeah, teeth infections lead to tooth infection can lead to heart attacks and strokes. And I do believe that the proven got her ahead of my appointment and told her to do this to me. Some told the individual modern-day low Herceptin. And targets of Herceptin receive purposely incorrect medical treatment purposes. And when I read this Herceptin article on Wikipedia, it mirrors perfectly, more or less perfectly, my experience with this current global secret protocol government things for individuals. This is coconut milk. Well, it's not coconut milk, it's coconut water, which is made by putting in coconut milk, then diluted water, which makes it coconut water. Diluted coconut milk is coconut water. The reason I'm using my phone even though I'm home, usually I would use my laptop and my phone when live streaming away from home. The reason I'm using my phone now is because I'm having computer problems. I decided to reset my computer, like fresh install. You can do it on a computer, like reset, reinstall, via your hard drive. And I wanted to do that, and I was thinking I was going to start playing video games again. And I want like a fresh start, clean the hard drive, and that will make it faster and better able to play video games. Like clear the hard drive, start fresh, download all the super necessary programs like a browser, Steam, and I can download games, and I will have it will be faster. And then after I restarted it, I started having errors, and I reset the computer, reinstalled Windows, and then when I try log in again using my PIN, it says like user account unable to access user account or something like this. I don't know if the program actually is organic. Not everything bad happens in the program, but sometimes bad things happen. And I've been trying to fix that. I'm gonna be able to fix that because it's important. I need my laptop. I use that to live stream, to do live CCTV when I go outside.
Where is the sun? Watch that.
To keep, that's another risk if you do the video. If you don't have a security system, the program will be what's called over entry. They open inside your apartment, your way, and they can do a number of things. They can, let's say I had this image. They will open that, put a rock somewhere in there, or some mercury, or whatever, something toxic, something bad, a drug or poison in your. They can spray chemicals in your bedding, put some kind of chemical in your bed so you can't sleep at night, whatever it is. You don't want to go inside your way if you're a talking individual. It's one of the things that I share with the solutions I figure out. I'm not one of these TS out here looking for help and answers. I'm talking about here to share, learn lessons and solutions to become an expert for individuals that I've learned. Being a TR myself, like survival advice. And one of the things you need to solve with the individual is to keep people entry. Meaning, if I would leave, go visit my mom or something, I take a cab, I'm away for 6 hours, and I don't have a security system working. They can, a lot of times, landlords, neighbors will be on it for the individual. They will get to the landlord or the neighbors for the individual. And even if they couldn't, so and landlords has spirit keys. Even if they couldn't, they can hire people. This is a high-level program. They could hire people that are like locksmith, for example, in your city. Not every person that's a locksmith is for this program, obviously, but they can hire somebody like that, and they can enter your door. Now think about this. It's a government program, intelligence agency level program. Obviously, I don't have to explain all the different ways that they can get into somebody's home without like kicking down the door, breaking windows. If they want to get, if the government wants to get inside your home without you knowing there's even amateurs that can like watch a YouTube video of other pick locks and pick a lock and open the door without like breaking the lock. Okay, so if the government wants to get past your door, obviously they're going to be able to. So, and like I said, a lot of times the landlord will be on it. If you're an individual living in an apartment complex, a lot of times they will get the landlord. The landlord will give them, and they have spare keys to your apartment. You don't need to pick lock a lot of times. And one of the solutions that I figured out is I started a live stream. You can see it past, and a lot of times I will have a backup. Like it happened a couple of times before I started live streaming on one side to keep the program from keeping your home. Like or something. Like I noticed before I used to have a recording. I would have like a tablet, sometimes something else, recording the front door. I used a timestamp camera, and there was a couple of times where there was like mysterious problems. I couldn't open the recording is not running anymore. And one time it happened. I used the Samsung Galaxy Tab. I downloaded from the Play Store the timestamp camera app, like Ruby Chen or David Chen, whatever, some Chinese guy that's got that app. And it would be good to record like 4 or 5 days in a row at a low quality setting, timestamp footage or the video recording. Because I had like a big memory on the tablet. The problem was, after using that tablet like 24/7, recording inside my phone 24/7 with this tablet, it also keep me covered with the force of decrease the noise harassment, which is something that you just get to as a result of being called water legal versus sensor, aka government gang stalking, as it's called. Is they will use noise harassment. Like I said, a lot of times the neighbors will be on it. So they will start playing loud music. We're trying to sweep the bangles or wheel in the walls or something like this, so they can have balls by a house, like when we're trying to sleep. That's noise harassment. And since I started recording 24/7 with this tablet, it decreased the noise harassment. notice, wow, it's a lot quieter now. Yeah, because if I'm running audio 24/7 with a timestamp, and I can make a case that I'm being harassed. Okay, and the harassment is assigned to be subtle, never provable. That's why I always want to go out about my phone, because it forces the problem instead of the harassment that I get outside. People stalkers, as they call it, meaning people who work for the program driving in cars and on foot corporate firms. People participate in this program. Yeah, but the point is this: after using like 24/7, not just when I went outside, I would have no loss outside. I would have it running 24/7. It's like tablet, and it was popped up aimed at my door and plugged in the outlet, so it had battery all the time, and it would be running 24/7. And then when I go outside, I would stop the recording, clear the drive, start the recording, and then go outside. It would be good to record, like memory was speaking up, record like I think these 4 days at the lowest quality, not like 1080p HD. But if I found the right balance of having the video high quality enough so you can see it, and then like have an analog walk next to the door to as a second layer, make it for the footage. Like, yeah, have the digital timestamp, like my name, the digital timestamp, kind of like that, only the time is ticking. And then you also have an analog view, and they kind of sync more or less. Like sometimes the analog will be like 2 minutes ahead, okay? And I'm not like synchronized it, but it's you can tell, okay? And after a while of using this pad, this Android tablet with 24/7, you burn out the battery, which is obvious. Like they will sometimes recommend don't charge while you use things like this because it will hurt your battery. But keeping it plugged in 24/7 and running a camera on it, they burn up the battery. Well, not burned up like an explosion, but it decreased. It ruined the battery. It made the battery worse. So if I would plug, it would work well. But if I would plug out the power cable, it will die within 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes. But the battery was so bad, we were only able to keep the tablet running for 5 minutes or less without being plugged in. One time I was using all of this, meaning stop, have the tablet running, and then when I come home, I scan through the footage. Okay, there's me leaving. Okay, there's me coming back 2 hours later, and it's gone back and forth. Okay, what has been assigned, like that. And one time I go outside, and I really go outside. Maybe it's once a week, once every 2 weeks. If you would average it out on a year, maybe it's on average, like median or whatever. Maybe it would be once every 2 weeks. Meaning some weeks I might go out 3 times, and some weeks I don't go out 1 time. And averaging out on a year, maybe I go outside once a week on average. So it would be like this week, let's say I go out 1 time, next week no time, third week no time, fourth week 4 times. You average it out, it would be like on average once. So I really go outside, and we have good infrastructure. We don't have like this, not the Philippines. We don't have power outages, bad cell phone reception and things like this. Like some more or less third world countries. Like some people, if I talk to my girlfriend in Thailand, she will have bad cell phone coverage, and her the messenger call, well, it will be a lot of like interruptions and stuff, and they'll have power outages all the time. Not all the time, but quite frequently. Maybe a power outage a month or something. This is really good infrastructure, and like stable. We have good cell phone coverage. We have stable power. Yet it's not common to have power outages. Maybe it's once a year at most. You have power outage if you live in the city in Sweden. And I've lived in different cities in Sweden, and it's very rare to have power outage. And the one time I had to go outside for a short time, well, what would you have it? Like I said, the tablet was such that if we would lose power for 5 minutes, like unplug it, it will die, and the recording will stop. And then one time when I go outside, I'm not a guy who goes outside every day. It's very rare I go outside. It's for a short amount of time. It's go shopping. But then one time I went outside. I come home and I see like one of the first things I see as I come home is a tablet just plugged in that wall, and I see it's turned off. And then I look at the floor and there's been a slip from the landlord to the mailbox, and it says there was a power outage for approximately 5 minutes after I come home, just enough for the tablet to die, months away. And that's when I started doing these live CCTVs as a second layer of security, because then it's more like public. Like if they would, if that happens, or if it would happen again, if I would make a YouTube video, oh, yesterday I came home and my security video camera suspiciously got turned. That's just my word, okay? That's just a claim that I make. I have been credibility because I'm not a person who lies about things, but still, it's just me saying that this happened. It's if I live stream and people can tell, Mike live stream, I'm goes outside, and there hasn't been like power outages all the time or some weird computer problem. They've been running, and then if it will happen, so it makes it harder for them. Some live stream, and if in the middle of a live stream, like the live stream shuts down, that adds a little bit of credibility to what I'm saying. That about the government being so cool, and they want to get my board. So that's why I started live CCTV. This means on one side you can find most of my channel, like TI Live CCTV. And then I started when I need my home, and I record like this channel. It's important. And it's all for the shit you're gonna use to see that you're about to do inside. I can also watch when I'm away. I can send the link. If I cross and ask you to keep an eye on it or check it out sometimes. So yeah, I've had murder tests for it. And what this person did, like I started out talking about, what this person did. Oh, I think I can get it. Testing. Oh, okay. See, well, this is the person in question. And here he is coming in here. This is a person I believe is Gamadate. And he's warning you to think that he's paranoid. He's warning you to think I'm paranoid. And like I said, this person did. I believe that that person is a Gamadate using the mirroring tactic. I'm not paranoid. Okay? I'm targeted by the Gamma program. And I believe that this city one person is somebody that got sent to my channel, anonymous soft puppet account to infiltrate this channel, and they know that if people are really abusive and toxic and work to discredit it too obviously what I'm saying, the perception management, they know I'm gonna block them. So sometimes it will be love bombing, mirror attack, more or less subtle. And like I said, this person did it well. They exposed themselves by the recent comment on one of the live streams where they said, I also have autism, CPTSD, and autism, ADHD, CPTSD. It's very rare to find another person have the same 3 diagnoses that I've been talking about on my YouTube channel. That I have autism, I have CPTSD, and I have ADHD. And then and I also have videos about having been called by Richard Grant, claiming that I feel like this movement. And talk about that. What are the chances that somebody on my channel that also has autism, ADHD, and not just like one of them, CPTSD, but all claims to have autism, ADHD, CPTSD, and they also claim to have a problem with this specific YouTuber, Richard Grant. What are the chances for that? There'd be like somebody, if I'm allergic to gluten, peanuts, and I have red hair, and another person comes to my channel with they have red hair, they're allergic to like the same things. It's like the statistic now. Okay. But I'm saying it looks like it'd be like light. It would be like the chances of this happening without me being an agent for this program sent to my channel would be like the chance of being struck light with people somebody that's had a problem, claiming they've had a problem with the same YouTuber that I'm going to problem with, who's able to find my channel despite the gold spamming censorship too, and who also claims to have the same 3 diagnoses that I have. And then what your comment looked like you're trying to cover up for murder. That's very cool. Be like, oh, let's discredit this thing, murder. That's because I've been talking about it. I got shot in the leg with assassination in the store. And I had a pain, like a sharp thing hit my leg. Like I felt something hit my leg. And in my video about the real dentist, I say sharp pain. I watched it. That's all your comment because I knew what was up. And I watched the replay of my video. And I talk about how, when I talk about what happened with the dental procedure, just some talking about tooth, and I feel a sharp with a sharp metal hook, and I feel a pain signal. Ow. This looks like perception management. We're trying to discredit what I'm saying. We cover for the murder that's done. Where somebody else, same tactic as they take for the videos on my channel. Mirror.
This individual's got useful information, but I've got to be careful. Right, Age of Aquarius, planetary alignment, pole shift. So let's have a look. I've got to switch off in a minute. Oh, I'm queasy.
Well, hello, friends, boys and girls, cats and dogs, birds and fishies, and all the beautiful creatures of the world. Hope you're having a wonderful day. It is a beautiful day here in Alabama. A little cloudy today so far. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Well, friends, there is June 22. That is the position of the planets in June on the 22nd.
That's today.
And as you can see, all of the major planets, all of the planets, all of them,
in
very
alignment.
rare event, are on one side of the sun. Now they're not exactly lined up, but from the Earth, as you look at them, they are perfectly lined. From, and this is a very rare event, from Mercury all the way out to Pluto, they're lined up in a row, like first Mercury, then Venus, then Mars, all the way down
Wow.
to Pluto. I don't know. I looked on the internet to see if this has ever happened before. No one seems to be able to know. They give you a little bit of anecdotal information, but it's not quite sufficient. So I found this little app, and I traced it all the way back to Christ to see if this has ever happened, before. And friends, I have found that it does not happen. It has not happened in 2,000 years. Anything you can look
2,000 years.
on the internet about this, it's not going to tell you anything. They're just going to give you the little clips. Like every site's going to tell you the same old parrot repeated words. And most of what they're going to tell you, they'll tell you that the planets are in perfect alignment. They're not. But there is something happening. And by the way, this is not an astrological event. This is not some like your sign, your astrology sign. This is a astronomy event. The actual planets are all lined up visibly in the sky on the 24th. That'll be 3 days from now.
Wow.
But in reality, if you could get back and you could be on the sun and look, you'd see that they were all in the general same area, but not aligned perfectly, but all kind of in the same area on one side of the sun. And this has never happened before. And I've traced it for 2,200 years, and I have not found this to have occurred at any other time in 2,200 years. So that you see there, we're tracing it right now. You've noticed, if you've been watching the screen, that the planets go around the sun. They never align in that particular way all the way up till 2136. So let's go back from there, from 2020 in June, and let's go backwards 2,000 years and see what happens. Now, yeah, this could get a little boring if you're just sitting there looking at the screen. You probably won't have or the inclination to just sit there and stare at the screen for an hour. But if you really were interested in knowing the truth about this, you might want to do that, because I personally thought it was important. because you got a lot of people saying the world is coming to an end. Something very big may be happening on the 24th in 3 days. And when I heard it a couple of days ago, first time I heard of it, it actually impressed me quite vividly and, succinctly and deeply. And I thought, man, this must mean something, right? But I want to get the facts. I want to know what's really going on. And I prayed about it. And it's interesting because on the 24th of June, that is getting very, very close to a time in history when something might happen, because we've been saying we're definitely in the time of the end,
yes,
in the tribulation era. We're within a year or 2 or 3 of the tribulation, in or out of it. We don't know. I personally think it's probably about 5 years left of the 7-year tribulation. But we don't know. We're looking at events. I'm going by various things to talk about. So what would possibly happen on June 24th, 2022?
Give it comments.
Well, interestingly, the 22nd would be 2022-22. Well, probably just coincidence. But
oh my gosh.
If you stare at this for a long time and look, you'll see that they just go round and round and round. But they never, and you'll see this after 2,000 years, do they ever, all of the planets, clear out to Pluto, do they never, ever line up one after the other in order of
what an interesting,
from
yeah.
the sun. They never line up on one side of the sun, all going straight in a straight line out towards Pluto. This has never happened before, and I'll show you that. We'll show you proof for that. Then we'll decide what maybe this perhaps could mean.
I'm gonna fast forward.
But I was thinking about it and praying about it, and I guess I'll just kind of talk here and let you kind of look at the screen while you're listening to me talk. If there is something important that we see, or anything that looks similar to a lineup or anything, we'll pause and talk about it and focus in on it. But yeah, I see there in 1939 there was a little bit of a lineup, but not all of the planets, certainly. And we will find that somewhere, I think around 1300 and something, there was a kind of a lineup, but it was not as good as the one we've got at all, by any means. It wasn't all of the planets. But beyond that, I cannot find any other alignment. I think there's one more kind of semi-alignment.
I'll come back to this. I've got to get a drink. Oh. How do you realize how long? Yeah. so humid and so hot.
But what could this possibly mean? A lot of you are probably thinking, well, nothing. Why would it mean anything, Dave? The planet's going around and around. Well, look at your clock. Especially if you have one of those big clocks on the wall, but you probably don't. But you remember that from the days of school, right? When you were in the classroom and there was this big white clock, a round clock on the wall in front of the room. And you remember that you used to have three hands. You got the hour hand, the minute hand, and the second hand. Well, when the minute hand, or I should say the hour hand, got to the 12, you knew it was getting close to 12, but it wasn't 12, because you had to get the minute hand all the way up there, too. And if the minute hand got all the way to 12, then you could say, well, getting really close now to midnight, but we still got to wait for the second hand, because the second hand means that there could be some seconds before it's exactly midnight. Once the second hand reached that point, you knew that it had changed time, and now it was going to be exactly midnight. But what does this have to do with what we're looking at here? Well, as you know, we've said there are 12 months in a year, which corresponds to the 12 hours of the day. But this goes beyond just the calendar and time. It also, according to the esoteric wisdom, we've talked about this in many of my videos, it goes to astrological aeons. So the sky was broke up into 12 constellations or houses. And the world goes through these constellations, and there are 12 houses. It takes 2,000 years to go through each of these houses. So when you're talking about a day, it takes an hour to go from one number to the next. You go out 12 numbers. But in astrological time, it takes 2,000 years to go through each of these houses. But in astrological time, it takes 2,000 years to go through each of these houses. Example or parallel. Start over again. Right? The hand would come back around, we'd start all over again. Well, that's actually what happens. You see, because the sun is going around, the sun and the whole solar system. You're going around, start over again. Right? The hand would come back, or you could say that the stars are going around us, one way or the other, whether we're moving or they're moving. You can see the stars go by, and each of the constellations will go by, and every 2,000 years they change. For stars, we might, let's just say Orion, which is where the whole astrological chart begins, in Aries, at the month of March 21st, basically the month of April in our calendar, starts the spring. April showers, spring showers. But it's actually March 21st, and that is the spring equinox, and that's when it all starts. So ancient ones started the astrological year in the spring with the birth of Christ. Christ was the Passover lamb, and that is the springtime, and we've got Easter, right, when he was raised up from the dead.
Yeah.
He was 3 days and 3 nights in the grave.
Was it the birth of Christ?
Up on Easter, which is spring. And everybody knows the calendar starts with Jesus, right? Jesus was born, and boom, we started the calendar. And now we're in the year 2022 of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. So all of time begins with a man named Jesus Christ. Now, if you were to go back in time before Jesus, we would be in before Christ, BC. So there's still time, but it's another year, another age, another aeon. Christ was the founding of the new world, and this is a new system wherein it's going to dwell righteousness, and this is the dawning of the new age, the new day, And we're still waiting because, you see, we made the marriage and he went away to a far country to prepare a place for us. And he's going to come again, that where he is, we might be with him. He's coming to take us out of this world because he's prepared another place for us. And there's a lot of analogies in the scriptures with these weddings where the groom would make a vow and the bridegroom would vow, and they would have this marriage ceremony, the wedding. And then they would, the man would go away for about a year, and he would build a house or prepare a home in his father's house. It would make a new kind of addition on the father's house, which is where would now be his home, because it was an inheritance. It was a farm, a land. That was their land, their farm. And so the bride was going to go live with her father-in-law and her new husband in this new place. She will leave her father and mother and stick unto her husband, and they would start a new family there. And when the man's father died, he would take over the whole ranch, and they would become the heirs. This is how it used to work. So the groom would be gone. Now, they were technically married. If you decided you didn't want to be married to this guy, you broke it off. Okay, you had to divorce him, even though you'd never slept with him. You never had any consummation of the wedding. You got married, made your vows, and you took off. Gone for a year. Then he would return, and it says that you never know when he's going to return. So the virgins would go out with their lamps and say, "Here cometh the bridegroom." And it would usually be in the middle of the night. And that's why the Bible says you have to have your lamps to know when he's coming. And if you don't have oil in your lamps, well, then you'll go out into the markets to buy oil, and while you're gone, it'll be like a thief in the night. That's another parable, of course. But all the parables have to do with basically the same ideas. They point to the same idea, that Jesus is going away and was going to come again. So certain individuals that believe in the Lord would be like his bride. We're chaste virgins, waiting for our husband to return, Paul says. When he returns, we have to be ready, always be on the watch and wait. Otherwise, he might return and we wouldn't even get to go because we're out dinking around, not even knowing, right, when he's coming. So we're all excited. We're waiting for our new life to start, right? We're paying attention. We're waiting for the Lord to come back. And it says when he comes back, when the bride came, they would have this nuptial chamber, like a big tent. Same thing that happened with Isaac and Rebekah. They threw up a tent and they went in and consummated, and then they were married. But they made the agreement and the vows and purchased. It was a purchase, like they had to pay. Abraham gave Laban some donkeys and mules and gold and incense and myrrh and so forth. And he purchased Rebekah for Isaac. Then they consummated it. Well, after the consummation, they were in the tent for 7 days. They couldn't come out. So they spent 7 days making love. Interesting, isn't it? And the lady never came out of the tent, and neither did the guy. And at the end of 7 days, they came out. And there was a big party. And everybody would have the big wedding feast. Happy is he that's invited unto the wedding feast of the Lamb, the Bible says. So this is what we're waiting for. We're waiting for this time when Jesus will return. Well, what is the 1 year or the one period that Jesus would be gone? Well, it would be the one age. It would be 2,000 years. And I'm not going to try and go into this very deeply to prove all of this, because this video is more about the stars and what's about to happen here. But I just want to cover this briefly so you kind of get an idea of what we're waiting for. So when Jesus comes back, he's going to take us into a bridal chamber for 7 days. Well, how long is 7 days compared to 1 year? So the year represented the whole cycle that he'd be gone. Well, that was one 2,000-year period, right? So when he comes back, he's going to take us into the bridal chamber for 7 days. We do not know exactly what that represents, but we do know that he's prepared a place for us in his Father's house. There are many mansions. I go to prepare a place for you, and when I come, I shall receive you unto myself. We're going to be changed in the twinkling of an eye, the Apostle Paul says. My kingdom is no part of this world. And I guarantee, friends, that there is no pre-tribulation rapture, and I will prove it. I have got a verse of scripture that will prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that there is no pre-tribulation rapture. And the reason why is because Jesus said in Matthew 24 and also in Luke 21 that at the last trumpet, well, Paul says at the last trumpet, he's going to come and will be raised up incorruptible. But Jesus says that when these times come, this time of trouble, the very end of mankind, this great tribulation is coming, he says he will send forth his angels with the sound of a trumpet, and then he will gather his elect. Well, the sound of a trumpet and the angels are spoken of in the book of Revelation.
Yeah.
It says there were 7 angels that stand before the Lord of the whole earth. Now, the 7 angels that stand before the divine being is the 7 archangels. We know that from other verses. And it says to the 7 angels there were given 7 trumpets. Now, how do we know that it was those 7 trumpets that are going to be blown? And at the last of those trumpets, that's when we're going to be raised. Well, we know because if you go through the book of Revelation, the 7 trumpets blow, and that's all the tribulation. It talks about everything in the book of Revelation.
That's right.
Finally, in the 11th chapter of Revelation, it says the 7th trumpet is blown. And then it's finished. The whole mystery. And everything is done. And all that is prophesied by the Father and the prophets and everything will come to its finish, the Bible says. And then it goes into re-describing some of the glorious events that will be, because this is, see, 144,000 standing, they've overcome, they sing in the song of victory, there's a great multitude which no man could number with white robes, right? All of this has gone on. Earlier it talked about those who had died, and there were others that will be, martyrs they had been, and there would be the 2 witnesses, and they'd have, first of all, the 2 witnesses have something also to do with, there were always 2 witnesses to the wedding. But I don't want to go into the book of Revelation today. We're gonna cover the book of Revelation again, probably several times in the near future here, because we've got some things I want to tell you about that. But the fact that these 7 angels blow their trumpets, and the last of the trumpets it's over. At that point, we're going with the Lord. And then the Bible says there's bowls of wrath. The bowls of wrath are poured out onto the earth. And the world suffers in a great, terrible wrath. It's the wrath of God the Almighty upon the earth. And we know the Bible says we're not appointed unto the wrath. So, yes, it'll all be over. Everything will be over by the 7th trump. And we'll be with the Lord. And those who remain on the earth during the 1,000 years, it will be like a terrible hell. The Bible says in Isaiah that the porcupine will dwell there, and the ostrich and the jackal, and all these terrible, wicked kind of scorpions and stuff, and there'll be pit of bitumen and sulfur, and the earth will dry like a desert.
That's
right. It'll be a terrible place. People weaving around in pain and wickedness. And at the end of the 1,000 years, we see that the Gog, which is the this satanic figure who is the king of the Rephaim, tells you that in the Old Testament and in the New. The Rephaim means the dead, and we've talked about that. We've proven that the dead that the Rephaim are talking about are the Nephilim, the Gibborim, the giants that died. The Nephilim had relations with daughters of men. They produced the Gibborim, which is the giants. And when they died, they became the Rephaim. And we'll talk about how that has to do with Cain. And we've got some things we want to explain. We'll explain why there are 2 genealogies from Cain and Seth. Because Cain's line is a group of people that were not on the earth. They were not. Cain's line never was on the earth. It was the deeper psychological lower self. Just as Christ is a spiritual part of you, you also have a lower, degradable, evil self that the Lord never made. But Yahweh, this other lower ego, created that world. And his child was Cain, and the descendants of Cain are individuals that are in the earth. All of us have these conditions. But that part of us is called the son of destruction. the Cain who killed brother Abel. Now Abel was also Christ, or the spiritual part of Adam. Adam had two sons, the lower carnal son and the higher son, or the Christ.
I'll do two on that another time. In the meantime, I've got to end this room. That's fascinating. Excuse me. Well, I was put to sleep about 10:30, 11 o'clock. And then I woke up at 1:30 in the morning. Bloody hell. I don't know how many hours that was. See, good troll. We can't see the trolls. Posting comment under a upload. See, what's my volume like? Wow, I've never suddenly fallen asleep like that. Oh my God. Right, I've got to sign out. But that was a very interesting take. A very interesting time.